wishing message for us, a very 3 minutes video. So we want to play that for you as a way of encouraging us, wishing us the best luck for this workshop. After that, we'll continue with Soumya Datta with the topics that are allotted to you in the timetable. With this, we begin. Those who not got the password, please take down. Photos.
Three, two, one. On behalf of the Jesuit Social and Ecological Secretariat in whom I am pleased to extend a warm welcome to all participants on this webinar. We would like to congratulate the organizers for this important initiative at a time when the world faces deep social inequalities and accelerating climate crisis. Strengthening our public engagement is not optional. It is an essential dimension of our mission of faith and justice. What makes this initiative particularly valuable is that it can serve not only as a significant learning opportunity for those participating today, but also as a model that can be replicated and shared across institutions and networks worldwide. We hope that these experiences, methodologies, and reflections presented here will become useful resources for multiplying information in advocacy and enhancing the capacity of Jesuits' works to influence public policies and social processes in favor of justice, human dignity, and care for our common home. We would like also to express our sincere gratitude to Father Cedric Prakash, whose lifelong commitment to human rights, justice, and advocacy continues to inspire us. Our thanks also to Professor Dutta for sharing his expertise and contributing with this important conversation. May this webinar encourage greater collaboration, deepen our understanding and effective advocacy, and inspire concrete actions for those who are more vulnerable and the future of our planet. Thank you to all of you for being here with us, and we wish you a fruitful and enriching sessions today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
So he's Roberto, residing in Rome and in close association with Father Kennedy, who works with him, and he disseminates all the information to all of us. So thank you, Father Roberto, even though you cannot hear, but I'm sure the vibration goes. Thank you. So over to Soumya.
Thank you, Father Suresh, and a very good evening, a very good morning to all of you. First, I'll start because yesterday I actually planned for as per the schedule, I planned for 2 hours, 10-15 minutes, but because of delayed start and others, I got actually 1 hour, 45-50 minutes. I saw. So a few things, critical things were left out. We'll just have that and then move over to actually what are the impacts, what are some of the major impacts on most vulnerable people, and what we can do as collectives with the communities, in the other stakeholders, and in the policy advocacy sphere. These three actions, what can be done, what should be done, that I'll come to after this. So to begin with, Are there any questions, clarificatory questions, not new ones at this point, on what we discussed yesterday? Because yesterday we found out what is climate change, how do we know it is changing, what are the factors that it is causing, what are the major drivers, all of these we went through. So are there any clarificatory questions immediate which are there? Then I'll start on the other two aspects which are very important for understanding where we are going. Because one is, we know that, okay, this was the pre-industrial climate, this we have changed, here we are now today. But where we are going and what are the risks, larger risks. And then I'll come to the impacts part. And today, pre-warning, I'll also try to provoke you a little bit and challenge some of the very closely held beliefs about climate actions. But that will come a little later. So any clarificatory questions from yesterday? Yes.
You mentioned about desertification. One is the natural process of desertification because of the movement of the winds. What about when we cut trees for various development works? Can that also be cause of desertification?
That can cause, but desertification is not only for winds. There is a scientific definition of desertification. Desertification of a land area do not mean it has turned into a desert already. There is a definition with two parameters. One, over a sustained period of time, the amount of soil moisture is going down. Number one, the amount of soil biological cover is going down. So these two are the definitions of desertification. So in that sense, even if you cut the trees, if there are very good grass growth, that do not lead to desertification. A savanna is not a desert. A savanna is one place where trees have dried out or have been cut out and shrubs and grasses are coming. That is a very productive biological system, ecosystem. So it's not just cutting trees. These are the definition. So as per, there is a Government of India done by Space Application Center, one of the most credible scientific institution. There is a desertification atlas of India. You can check it, it's online, which says roughly 29.4% of Indian landmass, almost 30%, is undergoing desertification. And this is a very alarming figure. That's why this third Global Environmental Compact I talked about, United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification, is also a very important area of negotiation and action. Any other quick question, clarificatory questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you talked about the tilt that happens in the axis, right?
It's already tilted, but it changes.
Changes, but you also said that the circumference by which it goes is getting wider and wider, and also the tilt is becoming more and more. Is that have I understood correctly?
No, it goes more and comes less within a range. It's a cycle. Both are cycle. The orbit of the Earth, like we know about the annual orbit. Every year, Earth completes one orbit around the Sun. At present, that orbit has a particular eccentricity. That is, how much elliptical is it? How much different from a perfect sphere? Sorry, perfect circle. It is. It's not a perfect circle. It's a little elliptical. That ellipticity or eccentricity goes up. It becomes more elongated and becomes more circular.
But that is phenomenon which is not changing, correct? This also kind it is very static.
Yes. That 1 lakh year cycle is static. Every 100,000 years roughly, it becomes elliptical and circular, elliptical and circular. That we have absolutely no control over.
So also the tilt also.
That's the same thing. That is this is 100,000 years. The other one is 26,000 years. And the other cycle that it is rotates is 41,000 years. So those are more or less fixed. But again, 41 do not mean exactly 41,000, roughly. As far as we have, because we have not been studying for 41,000 or 26,000. So whatever is the calculation, roughly this precision is 26,000. The other one like this, it is 41,000, and eccentricity becoming more like an egg and then a circle, like an egg shape and a circle. This is 100,000 years, but these are fixed. This is not changing because of us. This is changing in a very slow fashion because of planetary influences, particularly for Jupiter's influence. But this we have nothing to do. We have not caused any changes, neither can we do any changes. At the present day, human science and technology do not have the capability to influence that. So these are, but these influence the climate on Earth very significantly. If there are no more clarificatory questions, I'll go into the two aspects that I wanted to cover. Fine? Okay. So if you can, please.
Yes.
So I was talking about yesterday, and also in the schedule, if you will notice, Earth systems have been mentioned. What are Earth systems? We know of ecosystems. We know of mechanical systems or computer systems, software systems. What are Earth systems? Earth systems roughly 10 to 12. There is no universal scientific agreement among scientists globally that how many different Earth systems are there. But roughly 10 to 12 have been identified. What are the Earth system? That which controls a very large part and functioning of the Earth's visible systems. What happened? Yes? Okay. Sure. Is it better? Okay. So here you can see what I was talking about, like the atmosphere is an Earth system. Atmosphere over the North Pole, over the South Pole, equator, everywhere interacts. Keep moving. Which is not shown here. There are three global wind patterns. One from the equatorial region to around 30° north and 30° south. One from 30 to 66. One from 66 to the polar region. And these are called Hadley cycle, Ferrel cycle, and polar cycle. We don't need to know all this, but this all wind, the global wind is mixed. Not that today I emit some pollutant here, it will stay here, or it will be only around Baroda or Gujarat. Very quickly it will mix with the world and the whole world's air. And that's how most of the carbon dioxide and methane that has been emitted by rich countries have reached all across the world, atmosphere all over the world. And the result is that even though we have not emitted as much, of course, of late we are also emitting quite a bit, but historically we have not emitted as much, much less historically than US or Europe. But the impacts are global, everywhere, because the warming, the gases have spread all over the world and heating is all over the world. So these are called Earth systems because these systems influence the entire Earth and all of them are interconnected. Like the atmosphere is very deeply connected with the water cycle, the carbon cycle, not so much with the plate tectonics. This is a driver. This is a primary driver. That means this is not influenced by any of this, but these influences many of this. Some of these are primary drivers, which again, this is completely beyond our control. We have absolutely no control over this. This happens because of the geological process. Similarly, there are what we call the different element cycle, phosphorus, nitrogen. These are all over the world. Like you know, nitrogen is also in the biological cycle. Nitrogen is in the atmosphere. So that is one cycle. And that is one of the Earth systems. I will come to the next part. Basically, go through this quickly, like cryosphere. All northern and southern hemisphere, the Himalayas, the Trans-Himalayas, everywhere there is ice and snow, very cold regions, including under the soil, which is called permafrost. Many of you might have heard about permafrost. It is basically frozen soil where a lot of biological matter is also there. And that is a big danger now with warming. So that is one of the earth system, cryosphere. Similarly, all of these, one of the major earth systems is the ocean currents. We don't see them. You cannot see from the surface, you cannot see the ocean currents. Only with these submerged sensors. Now there are thousands of sensors placed. Only there you can see the ocean currents are moving from the southern part, from around this part to this part, like this. And then it dives deep under the ocean, comes back under the ocean, gets up, and again goes on the upper part and again dives down. One cycle takes more than 1,000 years. That means one water molecule which starts from here, reaches here and comes back in 1,000 years. But this is the biggest, by far, the biggest heat transporter in the world. Heat transporter, you understand that? Like, how do you transfer heat from one place to another in the earth? Not talking about human things. This is by far the biggest heat transporter because the amount of water in the ocean, and water has far more thermal capacity. To heat up water by 1 degree Celsius, you need lot more 80 calories, lot more energy than heating up air by 1 degree Celsius. Okay, so this has a huge amount of heat content, and this is the biggest heat transporter. And that again is now getting disturbed. Over the last 30 years, this main ocean current, which is called AMOC, Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. That means this is the Atlantic, South Atlantic, North Atlantic. It comes in the Southern Ocean, starts like this, goes like this, and then it dives. So this part carries a huge amount of heat, and maximum amount of heat comes where? On the earth? Equatorial region. So equatorial region heat gets transported, and Europe is a beneficiary. Many of you know, if you have seen that, what is that movie was made, which was over dramatized, Day After Tomorrow, I think. A movie was made some years ago, Day After Tomorrow, which depicted this current shutting down. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation shutting down. It is actually now slowing down, significantly slowing down. But it has not shut down, and that shutdown might take 100 years. We don't know. But some scientists are predicting now it is approaching, it's accelerating very fast. Now, that is not known how long it will take, but already globally you can see it's heating up. But in this place, North Atlantic is actually cooling down because of the snow melt water, ice snow melt water from Greenland ice. So many of these are happening. I will not go deep into this, but these are the earth systems. All of these impact the climate. All of them are interconnected. Okay, so I'll just explain one of the points, and many other connections will be coming clearer, or maybe we can talk later on. Supposing this AMOC system, Atlantic current system, this is called Atlantic Meridional because roughly it's a meridian, one meridian longitude wise. So Atlantic Meridional Overturning because it takes the heat close to the surface of the sea, but around here it dives deep under the ocean. And 2 kilometers, 3 kilometer depth, it comes back under the ocean, close to the sea surface. Sea bed. So that's why it's turning, overturning. So this current is slowing down for the last 35-40 years. Who benefits from this heat transport? The most is Europe. if you look at Europe and the US and Canada, this is UK, clear? Everybody knows the map. This is UK. If you see the same latitude, it is northern part of Canada. So normally, UK should have been frozen. If this current was not there, UK should have been frozen. Northern part of Canada, north of Newfoundland, which was, of course, it is not Newfoundland, but the Europeans found it. They said Newfoundland. Everything they found, oh, we found, but there were people they didn't. Anyway, that was the European way of European imperialism working. So this should have been very cold, but it is not. You know, now London is having 40 degrees, just 2 days ago, 39.6 degrees. Why it is so warm? Because this amok carries a massive amount of heat. It goes here and then gives up the heat to the atmosphere and then dives down, becomes cooler and dives down. But if this slows down, this heat will not reach, as much it will not reach northern Europe. And there is a danger due to global warming. Northern Europe will have a large scale cooling. Northern Europe will have a mini ice age, not exactly ice age, but mini ice. There is a real danger of that. But let them suffer. What happens to us? Why should we bother? Europe has done so many bad things. Why should we bother? Isn't it? What happens to us? Anyone?
Spreads. The effect spreads.
How? See, the maximum heat is being absorbed here. So now it is being transported. If this current slows down, not as much heat will be spread. So heat is building up but not being taken away. So this belt will become much hotter. And who lives here? We live here. So it's not that Europe becomes cooler and we can be happy. That's why these are called earth systems. It affects here, it affects here. Then if it slows down, the heat from the southern ocean cannot be transferred. So southern ocean becomes hotter. Now it is becoming hotter. So the Antarctic starts melting faster and faster. So the sea level rises faster and faster. And our coastal cities goes underwater. So this one impact, one system, earth system, one change is affecting the entire world. And that's why I'll not explain each of the earth system, but each of the earth system works like this. Apparently they are one system, but they impact the entire earth. Their changes impact the entire earth. Fine. So we'll go to the next one. So this is another very important concept, which was the first study on that was done in 2009, then 2015, then 2023. This is the latest study, 25. What are these? Like you have seen the earth systems, but every earth system, like the amok, it's going on and on. It is operating within a boundary. How much temperature difference between the equatorial region and the polar region? So that has not changed much over the last 10,000 years, the Holocene period. But now that we are changing that very rapidly, because the northern parts are heating up, and that's why the amok is slowing down. So the safe operating limit between which temperature difference range it can operate as it was operating is changing. And these are for many earth systems. There were planetary boundaries. This green line boundary is the same operating space. How much you can push before there is a chance of it getting disrupted, of the system getting broken. So this is the first safe space. And then there is another space which is orange, which is little dangerous but still not breaking. But beyond that, it's going going to break. So as this is really scary, the first study when this was done in 2009, only 3 systems out of the 9 boundaries, because these boundaries have been planetary boundaries, means each of the system between what temperature to what temperature, between which condition and which condition, they can operate safely. Like the amount, like the wind, global wind pattern, all of this. One thing, any of you come from coastal areas, coastal cities or villages? Have you noticed any changes in the sea breeze over the past 10 years? What? So that's an effect of sea level rise. That's happening globally. But many coastal populations are reporting a reduction in the coastal sea breeze wind. And that is because the temperature difference between the sea and the land, which was significant earlier, is reducing. Because the sea is warming up now. For a long time, sea was not warming up because the ocean has far larger heat capacity. So these are impacts which are affecting many of the Earth systems in a larger scale. That is a locally observed system, locally observed change. But magnified into global scale, like say, let me take one example, which is a very safe planetary boundary. As of now, atmospheric aerosol loading, it means very fine particles, like if you burn coal, oil, wood, anything, leaves, there is some smoke going up, some very fine particles, some thick particles, coarse particles. The coarse particles settle down quickly, they are heavier, but very fine particles, they go up in the air. If you run a car or a bike, very, very fine particles come. These are called aerosols because they are suspended in the air for a very long time. They are so fine. All of you know that the air has Brownian movement. Basic physics that you have, all of us have read. So the air molecules hit them, so they keep floating or suspended in the air. Not exactly floating, suspended. So they are called aerosols. How much aerosol? Its term is like this, but how much aerosol we have put in the atmosphere? That's atmospheric aerosol loading. What has happened is, from around 1930-40 to 1970s, aerosol went up quite high because we used much more coal, oil, etc. So a lot of particulates went up, and these were actually blocking the sunlight. So the earth actually cooled very little bit. And a lot of people said, oh, see, there is no global warming. Now the earth is cooling. But that was because of aerosol. And as regulations came in, government after government, to control pollution, because aerosols are very harmful for our health. That is air pollution. If you have too much aerosols in the air, you will have highly polluted air. And that will impact your health, your crops, everything. So as the regulations kicked in, the tighter control, emission norms, aerosol loading went down. And actually, over the last few years, the warming has shot up because the aerosol went down. So more sunlight is coming in, which was earlier blocked. So these are dual effects. But in this case, we have still far below the critical limit. We have not crossed that. But in case of biodiversity, and let's take this novel entities. Novel entities is something which didn't exist in nature earlier or didn't exist in any significant quantity earlier. We human beings have introduced them. One of the main thing is plastics. Plastics didn't exist in nature except some similar chemical formulas which are bound in organic compounds. But the plastics in very large amount, today we produce around 450 million tons annually globally. That was introduced by humans in very recent times. So these are called novel materials. Like say, lot of pollutant. Have you heard about some extremely polluting chemicals like PFAS or PFOS? This, for the last 10-15 years, this was in global news because some of the big chemical companies, petrochemical and chemical companies are producing this. Have any one of you used Teflon coated utensils? Teflon coated? Some have used. That's PFAS. The Teflon or similar coating is actually, this is per-chlorofluoroalkyl substances, PFAS and PFOS. And these are extremely toxic. A very little amount, microscopic amount going into your body can cause cancer. And around the factories which produce this, in US, because this started in the USA, there are very large number of cancer cases reported. Some schoolgirls died. It had created some girl who got into cancer. She investigated, some senior people investigated. There is a very, very good film, one which is actual documentary, one which is a film made on that. I think it's called Dark Waters. You should see that. These are, I'm not going into that detail, but this is an example of novel materials. And novel materials which didn't exist earlier, before humans introduced, have gone much beyond the safe limit. So we have now broken through Earth's limit of recycling and handling them. So this is now a major crisis. Similarly, globally, and I will end with this in this part, globally, biodiversity, as we know, has broken through the limits. What does that mean? We have broken the planetary boundary. What does that mean? Destroyed. But what does it mean for future? Means we cannot control it more or less unless we take very large measures. We cannot control it anymore. Yes.
Most of the species get extinct.
One, not only fish species. Okay.
Extinct.
Species is one thing. One part of the extinction. The other part is abundance. Some species are not getting extinct, but their abundance is getting down very sharp. So both of these are part of the biodiversity crisis because we have broken through the final limit. So that's why many scientists are calling, we are now into the 6th mass extinction. That you must have heard about. You must have read or heard somewhere because this is being written about. Research papers have come up, lot of studies have come up. Yesterday I mentioned about the IPBES global study, Intergovernmental Panel on Biological Diversity and Ecosystems Sciences. That study, which is saying 1 million species are facing extinction in the next 5-6 decades, 5 to 6 decades. So this we have broken through Earth's limit. Not a good thing, very bad thing, but that's the reality. So this will also have a very serious impact on our food systems because biodiversity is extremely important for food systems and the forests. And some of you might have heard that parts of the Amazon has started becoming a savanna. From a rainforest, it has already started becoming a savanna. So this kind of impacts, and this is very unfortunate. I'm not trying to scare you, but this is the reality of today. And that makes the task of addressing this that much more urgent. It's not that, okay, let's, fine, chalega. Abhi to hame IPL final or the World Cup final first have to be addressed. Only then we'll think about this. World Cup final doesn't matter much. Or IPL, who wins? Somebody will win, somebody will lose. No, you will not be affected much, except in your mind, oh, I wanted what? Royal Challengers to win. Why did Mumbai? I don't know who won. Anyway. But that can wait. That will not affect me or you physically or personally or well-being. This will affect everyone's well-being. And not only us, our future generations will need. So I'll just stop it here and go into the next tipping points, because this is an extremely important planetary boundaries, and these, as I said, the first study when it was done in 2009, only 3 boundaries were in danger. The last study shows 7 of the boundaries have either been breached or about to be breached. 4 have already been breached and 3 more either breached or about to be breached. So that's a very, very concerning picture. So can we go to the next, please? This is what I was telling you yesterday. There are, and if we go beyond 1960 to roughly around 5,000-6,000 years, you will find the same signature. Most of the time, food production has suffered majorly because of climate impacts, climate change impacts. And these are the production, this is bushels per acre. You know, these were earlier measures. Earlier tons and quintals were not used. Bushels per acre. So these food production, throughout history you find that climate extreme events have impacted global food production. So with more and more climate extremes, like there is a, if you have time afterwards you can check, there is a United Nations disaster database which shows in the last 45-50 years, the large-scale storms and heavy rainfall events have increased by 270%, 2.7 times, not 27%, 270%. So this kind of increase into climate extreme events, heat waves are increasing very fast. Heavy rainfall, intense rainfall events are increasing very fast. And storms, big storms. These 3 are the fastest rising climate change impacts. And each of them impact food production very badly. Can you please? Yes, please. Okay, we'll eliminate that. Next one. So this is because that has too many tipping points, so that will take more time. So I'll just explain what is the feedback process or feedback mechanism and the tipping points. These are 2 very critical concepts in climate change science and climate stability or instability. What is the feedback mechanism? Anyone has an idea what is the feedback? You all the time you ask for feedbacks. Huh? After a session you ask people, how did you do, what was wrong, what you would like to be better. That's the feedback. But in earth system science, what is the feedback?
What we add in the earth. What we add constantly in the earth, and something is spent, it is a feedback from the.
But it has to be feedback that you are giving. That's in one sense partly true.
Name the result affecting
Right.
the
The original cause, like we have increased the temperature by greenhouse gas emission. So what it is doing in the Arctic, because the temperature is higher, more snow is melting, more snow and ice is melting. And you know what are the 2 major snow and ice sources in the Arctic region? The biggest sources, what are the 2 sources in the Arctic region? Anyone? One is the Greenland ice sheet. What is the other? Is the Arctic Sea ice. The Arctic Sea, the Northern Sea, on top of the world, is largely covered in ice for major part of the year, and throughout the year, a large part is covered. But what is happening now, because of warming, it is melting. So if the sea ice melts, what gets exposed? See, water. Ice, snow and ice has an albedo or reflectivity from 0.7 to 0.9. That means when sunlight falls into a snow covered field, 90 to 70% of it is reflected back to space. It's like a mirror. If you look at snow, when we go for mountaineering, we have to wear dark glasses with UV protective glasses. because a lot of the reflected light comes, including UV. So it is highly reflective, like a mirror. So it reflects the sunlight and the heat back into space. But if the ice and snow melts, the sea water has an albedo of 0.06 to 0.08. That means only 6 to 8% is reflected back. Rest is absorbed. So what happens? If much more is absorbed now, temperature rises even more. Fine? Clear? Because of temperature rise, more snow and ice is melting. Because of that, more heat is being absorbed. So now it is even warmer. So even more snow and ice will be melting, is melting. Even more heat will be absorbed, is being absorbed. So the effect starts increasing the cause. Effect increases the cause, and that increases the effect. That increases the cause even further. And this is what in normal term is called a vicious cycle. But in climate science, this is called, of course, we have now changed the positive. This is called a positive feedback effect. Positive means the effect increases the cause. The cause increases the effect. There are also negative feedback effects, but most of the feedback effects which are increasing the climate impact are positive feedback. So at a particular point, so much of seawater will be exposed, and other systems also, like in the Himalayas, many snow and ice fields have melted away. In the Alps, you might have noticed, in Switzerland, they just last year, they held the, what is this called? Ceremony of after death. They held that ceremony for a glacier, because that glacier completely vanished. In the Alps, 22, I was in Kenya, and Mount Kenya, which is the second highest peak in Africa, 18,000 plus, now had very little snow. So if anybody wants to see snow, ice-covered peak in Kenya, should go now, because it will completely disappear in the next 20 years. So these are not very funny. What is happening is you are reducing reflective areas. You are increasing absorbent areas. So more heat is being absorbed, more area is reduced. So this kind of system goes on, but at a certain point, this becomes so large that you don't have to do anything anymore. It will go on, and the entire ice and snow cover will melt away. And the earth will continue to become, supposing by that time, we stop all emissions. We just eat tulsi ka patta and पेट में गमछा लगा के हम बैठ जाए. Nothing will save the earth from going into warmer and warmer and warmer. So that feedback and tipping point, that is the tipping point of a system. And a very simple way of understanding this, any earth system, like any physical system, has a resilience. It can withstand a little push. Like if I give it a little push, it comes back. But if I give a push like this, it falls. So every earth system has this kind of a tipping point. And once we cross a tipping point, like most scientists agree that in biodiversity and novel materials, we have already crossed the tipping point. So there is absolutely no chance, unless the whole world changes within the next 10 years, which is desirable, but how much it is realistic, we really have to see. But this is the concept that is causing a lot of sleepless nights to many of the climate scientists and earth scientists. Because if this tipping point goes beyond your limit, they fall. Beyond the tipping point it goes, if we are pushing there, then there will be very little that we will be able to do to get them back. Because the earth will itself take the process further. And that is why climate action, and that's why climate action is very urgent today. And there is a very popular saying, which is very true, that the best time for climate action was 20 years ago. And the second best time is now. It's a very popular saying, and people like us, we have been saying this for the last 20 years actually. But earlier people used to laugh, "Arey, you are," like I remember, and I'll end this part by this and ask for any questions. 2010, there was a big global climate conference which was not organized by the UNFCCC. You know, the COPs are all organized by the UN. The COPs, climate COPs, biodiversity COPs. The climate COPs are organized by the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The biodiversity convention are organized by UN CBD Secretariat. But there was one global climate conference in 2010 in Cochabamba, a very well-known city in Bolivia. If anybody knows about water, the politics of water, you might have heard about Cochabamba, because there was a massive fight against water privatization. So Cochabamba is that way is very famous, and that's why they chose it. So I was also invited, and I was given to speak for Asian climate justice movements. So there, when I spoke about, in my presentation, 2010 April, when I spoke about climate crisis and how it is causing danger to vulnerable populations all across the world, many of my American and European climate justice group friends, they said, "Sumo, you are using an alarmist language. This is not going to happen. This is too much." And today they say, actually, that was an underestimate. Today we are at a place where that estimate is today's standard. What has actually happened is an underestimate. And that's why action on multiple fronts, mitigation, adaptation, I will come to that, are extremely important today. In fact, what people like us do, it's not just a workshop to be a workshop. I move around across the country or neighboring countries or many other countries just to bring up people's critical understanding and the urgency, sense of urgency. And fine, for the people with a lot of white hair here, people like us who are above 50 and some 60 and all, for them, it will be some difficulty for some years. But for young people like you have almost a whole lifetime of struggles in front. Because if the food systems collapse, if many of these systems start going haywire, I'll not go for what the powerful lobbies are already planning. So it's really very, very urgent that we really take this understanding and start acting in whatever sphere we can do. So I'll end this session here, this presentation, and ask if any question on this, the earth systems, the connectivity, the planetary boundaries, and the tipping points, because these are very critical concepts in climate change understanding. That means
Something about tipping points.
the tipping, yes, you,
This will be
okay. The tipping points are every system is operating within some limits. Like, why is the, you can go back a little bit to the amount. One more. Now, so this is the amount. Okay, it comes from here, Southern Ocean, goes like this. From here, it goes towards Europe. Because the Greenland here, it dives down and then comes back. Why is this circular?
why it is first of all starting from,
Yes,
why it is starting from there.
and coming. So why, that means why it is circulating? Why it is going from here to here? Because this place gets the highest heat. Okay, so this place, once it is heated, because of the Earth's rotation and the temperature difference, there is a temperature difference between here and here. Okay, and the southern hemisphere is mostly ocean, northern hemisphere is larger part is land. So once this part heats up, the water gets lighter, but it is also heating up here. So there is a push towards this side because the water is heavier. The water, if it is cold, then it is heavier. If it is warmer, it is lighter. So the surface water tends to go from here to here. but it do not go straight because the earth is rotating. Like the winds rotate, the water currents also rotate. So it is going here. But as it is going here, it is creating a sort of low pressure. So here, this place also heated up. This place, whole southern hemisphere heated up. So this water now has an extra pull because the water from here is moving north. So that creates the surface current. But once it reaches here, starts reaching here, this is not northern part. So the air is cool, the ocean is cool. So it starts cooling down and it releases heat to the atmosphere. It starts because always there is a heat exchange happening between the ocean surface and the atmosphere. So it is releasing heat to the atmosphere. And that's how Europe is warmer than it should have been without Europe. That heat is the benefit of Europe. But as it heats up, as it cools down, it becomes heavier. And also, as it cools down, it cannot hold as much salt. Because you know, dissolved salt will come down if you cool it. If you heat the water, it will dissolve more salt. So as it cools down, it has less salt, it releases. So it becomes, first is, it is colder and heavier. So it dives down. Here it dives down. And once it dives down, because there is a surface water flow, there is a sort of lower pressure under, so it comes down, comes back under the sea, very deep, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers under the sea surface, it starts coming back. But what is happening as a feedback, you see, lot of ice is melting from Greenland, and lot of ice is sea ice is melting from the Arctic Ocean. So all this extra melting is adding very cold water here. Okay. So this place now is cooling down. So this current which is coming, which had to sink down, cannot come because there is already a cold water. If it becomes colder, that hotter one, warmer current, but it is already cold here. So it's not allowing this to come. So this is slowing down. And if you actually, I have satellite images of that, infrared image. Actually, once you see the heat image, you can see all across the oceans have heated, but in this place, there is a cold spot, which is called the cold blob, BLOB. It's a space like this, huge space, because in the ocean, blob is a huge area. So that cold blob is preventing further currents to come in. So this current is slowing down because it's being prevented from carrying the water. So as it is slowing down, more heat is being absorbed here. But supposing it starts cooling further and further and further, so it shuts down. What point it will shut down, scientists don't know. Exact what point it will shut down, we don't know. But this cooling has happened and the slowing down, 15 to 18% of slowing down has already been noted. It has already been done. Not that it will start. It has already started decades ago and there is an already slowdown. And as a result, Europe gets a little less heat through the amount. But there are other heat dome phenomena which also heats up during the summer. So that's the tipping point. Like once it, as I said, for this we don't know when the tipping point will be reached. But once it goes beyond a certain figure, that how much cold is cold blob, how much water will be cold water, ice melt water, will cause the amount to shut down. We don't know. But it will. Because there is historical evidence. Historical means not in our written history, which is called prehistory, paleo evidence that amok has shut down before.
The low pressure that we talked about in the region of this one initially that's created, just come back to the normal, no? Otherwise, when that will happen?
It will not happen because this is part of the cycle. See, once the water moves from here, the surface water moves from here, there is more water coming under the sea, and that is doing upwelling.
Right, so there's a low pressure there, right?
Low pressure means because the water is moving away, so it is pulling, like surface water is going away, it is pulling the deeper water. Like it happens during El Nino, around Peru coast. Same thing. If the surface water moves out, there is a pull of the deeper water to come. So that deeper water means cool water. All of you know that surface waters in oceans, even in a pond, is warmer. If you go deeper in the water body, the water becomes cooler and cooler till it reaches 4 degrees. Some places in the ocean are also less than 4, but that's a different story. That's an inversion of. We don't go there. But as this is pulled out, there is a this is pushed out. There is a pull to bring the deeper water into the surface and complete the cycle like this. It dives down, goes under, comes up, goes like this. Yes.
Mentioned in that area, then near that Greenland, there is a full block.
Old block.
Old block of water. But also then earlier you had mentioned that as that ice is melting in that whole area there, more water is being exposed to the sun. So then the heat is also increased. So then
That is here. That's in the Arctic Ocean.
Yes.
Because Greenland is ice covered. Though the Greenland ice is melting, but the Greenland ice sheet is roughly 3 kilometers thick. So the ice is 3 kilometers. So even if you melt on the top, it is still ice. So Arctic Ocean is not like this. Arctic Ocean sea ice is 2 meter, 3 meter. So once it melts, it exposes the water. So the absorption takes in the Arctic Ocean. That's maximum. Because these oceans are not ice covered. These are always open. This ocean is ice covered. So the heating is happening here. Also here. And that's why more Greenland ice sheet is melting. But the cold water is creating impact in the north Atlantic, not in the Arctic Sea. So there is a difference.
Because the climate was not readable or stable.
Not stable.
Yeah, but recently we are experiencing similar patterns in weather climate change. It's creating problems for farmers as they use more crops. So if there be a time where we may not be able to grow food naturally.
There will be no time when we will not be able to grow anything. As I explained yesterday, there are methods where you can have a climate controlled agriculture. There are areas which will not be always disturbed. No area is always disturbed. Like if you look at many Indian farming areas, villages, it's not every day or every season there is a big impact. Either a very unusual rain or long heat wave. This happens once in a while. So when that happens, that area's agriculture gets impacted. Like I talked about 2022, that was a very large area of India impacted. So, but that was not all over India. So India has a benefit as of now, because we have like most organized countries, we have a food delivery system. So many times, many areas are food shortage. But food is coming from Punjab and Haryana or Western UP or Madhya Pradesh. So not all areas are equally impacted. Plus, India has a 100 million ton plus food storage. That's a buffer. So even if 1 year the food production fails in very large area, we can manage subject to the condition that the food delivery system works properly, which is not working properly now. A lot of people are now being excluded. So that's a danger. But assuming our food delivery, food storage and delivery system will work for people, assuming that then 1 year drought we can manage. 1 year food loss for a very large scale we can manage, because our buffer is more than 100 million tons, and that is the purpose. But if there is a supposing, like it happened in just a few thousand years ago, 3,177 years ago, there are 4 years of subsequent drought, then what happens? Then there will be crores of people will go hungry. Then there will be people who have power and money. They will manipulate to get most of the food, as it has happened during COVID. I think COVID was a very short window which showed how unprepared we as humanity are today, and particularly in India, to respond to this kind of crisis. COVID was a very small event compared to some of the things that can happen. But that showed us how unprepared we are, how unequal our society is. You know what happened during COVID? Crores of people didn't have food, went hungry. They went on foot for hundreds kilometers, thousands kilometers, because they could not afford rent, could not buy food, there's nothing. So this kind of thing can happen with repeated crop failure. India, again, today, because of the food supply system that we built up for last several decades, we are in a better position that one crop failure we can manage. But supposing, I'm saying this again, because the way this is increasing, supposing 20 years hence, 3 subsequent years of crop failure, what happens? You can't feed the entire population. And there will be fights. There have been food riots in the recent past. In Egypt and Tunisia, the so-called Arab Spring started with food riots because food was not available. Okay, so it's not something out of fiction. It is happening again and again. The warnings are there for us to see. Okay, any other quick questions, or we'll go into the impacts and action points. Fine. Understood that the criticality of the earth systems, the planetary boundaries, and the risk of tipping points, and the feedback mechanisms. Because once some feedback mechanism goes beyond the tipping point, takes the system beyond tipping point, very little that we can do to control that system. And it is good for all of us to actually intervene and stop that tipping point to be reached, and whatever needs to be done for that. Fine. So let's go to the impacts, and what is the plan for?
We can take a 10 minutes break. Yes. So
Okay.
10 minutes break, let's go for a coffee, come back. But before going for coffee break, you'll have good photos.
Okay.
Then outside this. Just a few things.
And one request, that since I'm here in the same campus, day, evening, night, if anyone has, supposing the question comes up afterwards, okay, this is not clear. Not only academic interest, for your work also. Because most of you work with marginalized groups, not students, but those others, in some way or the other, either with on housing rights, or on food, or food right to food, or on something else. So many of these I have touched upon. Now I will come into, after this break, into one of the fastest rising impact, which is heat. And heat, I will also bring up a little bit, as I said, a little bit to you controversial approach, which you might not be immediately, and I will be welcoming that. And that is also the second point. If you have any particular understanding based or information based point, that what I am saying or showing you and the connectivity is not right, you have an alternative, which has some evidence, please come up with that. Okay?
Because
Because
of the aspect of climate change and the heat waves, also the humidity aspect of it, how does it going to apply or impact the poor and the vulnerable? Because a lot of them here are directly involved with that poor and vulnerable, where we need to go back and see what we can do to them is become more a crucial point that should lead us to a right direction.
that's what I'm saying. That now, after this, we'll come directly into the impacts, and heat being the fastest rising impact, we'll first tackle heat, understand what is heat impact, which is not what normally is told about, understand what you can do, which is again not what most people say, that will not help. Most 99% of environmentalists, they have only one prescription, and that is not going to work. Very clear. That's a upfront statement. So we'll have to understand that, and we'll show. I'll give you evidence. Thank you.
Just for all the online viewers, we come back again at about 11:05. So just hold on, we'll come back at 11:05 for all the online viewers. Thank you. 20 minutes. Yes, including photo and coffee break. Photograph outside.
lot of intervention on the ground and also on building online resources, technical resources, etc. So from message, last year April, we prepared a heatwave guideline for informal sector workers. Heatwave guideline informal sector workers. Why did we focus on informal sector? As I explained earlier, because for me, or for most of you, if the temperature is very uncomfortable, if you are feeling discomfort, very uncomfortable, then you go and switch on the AC or at least cooler. But for people working as a delivery people, which is the gig workers, platform workers, or hawkers, street vendors, or construction workers, or porters, or pullers, that's not an option, right? So for them, what is the impact? Why? What actually is happening? So can anybody tell me what is the most dangerous thing in heat wave or heat impact? What do you know about heat wave? What is a heat wave? Everybody has heard the term heat wave. What is a heat wave? Dehydration is one possible impact. But what is the phenomena of a heat wave?
Higher than the normal.
What is the higher? How much higher? 10 degrees, 20 degrees?
2 to 3 degrees higher.
So any idea? How much? Everybody, even a child can say the air becomes hotter. How much? Who defines heat waves? In India, the India Meteorological Department defines heat wave. So they have a very clear definition of heat waves. What is that? They have divided India into 3 parts. One is the peninsula, the plains India, apart from the mountains and the coastal India. Coastal is different, the hills and mountains are different. The rest of the plains, which is the largest part, the definition or the criteria for heat wave is the temperature has to be at least 40 degrees Celsius. Number one. But if it is 40 plus, it's not a heat wave. But then, what is the average temperature of that place on that day? As I explained yesterday, what is the climate and what is the weather? So average of that is, the temperature has to be 4.5 degrees Celsius above the long-term average. First, above 40. Then, it has to be 4.5 degrees Celsius above the normal, 30-year normal average. And then, even this will not satisfy. This condition has to prevail there for 2 full days. Only then, the meteorological station there will declare a heat wave condition is prevailing here in this area. Understood? The same is for coastal areas, 37 degrees Celsius minimum, again 4.5 degree above average. For the hills, 30 degrees. 30 in the hills, 37 is the minimum cutoff, and 40 in the plains. Plus, it has to be 4.5 degrees Celsius above the long-term average of that day in that place. Then that station is declared as a heat wave condition is prevailing. So, this is one statement. This is completely unscientific. IMD follows this, but in terms of heat impact, this is completely unscientific. Though our highest body is following this, and we have pointed out to IMD many times in consultation. They agree that this is not the real thing to be considered, and they are now considering on a pilot basis of introducing what we have been talking for the last 10 years. I'll come to that. So now another question. I want to make it a little. Can you tell me which city comes to your mind first as one of the warmest, hottest big city? Forget about the small ones. Delhi. Many other South Indian cities, but Delhi is roughly one of the top. Can anybody tell me which big city in India, and no, before that, what you will propose as a solution for cities getting warmer? Why it is getting warmer and what solution you can have?
Stop vehicular movement for 15.
Pardon?
Stop vehicular movements.
Movement of
Vehicle.
vehicles. Okay, that's one. Other?
Filling up of the water bodies in every city, like in Bangalore, out of 700 water bodies, more than 600 have been landfilled and with high-rise buildings.
Okay. Anything else?
The construction, because there are a lot of buildings being made every single day, there should be.
So why making buildings will add heat?
The cement and cement that's definitely there.
That's not cement. Do not add heat. Good. You tried one answer.
Absorbs heat.
That is there already. So that's called any city, any largely built up city. Forget about small ones like, say, I don't know if anybody has seen Barampur in Odisha. It's very, very green coastal area, very little concrete. So that's a different story. But otherwise, most cities are heavily constructed. Concrete, steel, glass, and they absorb heat. And that's called urban heat island effect. Because if you build up too much cement, concrete, steel, roads, blacktop roads, concrete roads, they all absorb solar heat. And they radiate that heat for a very long time. So one is the urban heat island effect, but that's not directly connected with climate change. Whether there is climate change or no climate change, urban heat island effect is there or will be there. And it was discovered more than 100 years ago. So that is one. The cities are warming up. What else? And what you will do apart from like water bodies? Like Father Kennedy have been to Belem last year. I have been to Belem twice, 2009 first and last year second. It's right in the Amazon, right inside Amazon. And Belem actually has been founded within the Amazon forest. And there is a large forest area within Belem also. A lot of wildlife there. Is Belem very comfortable, cool? Have you found Belem very cold? No. It's very uncomfortable. So, one of the very popular solution is plant more trees. So, right in the Amazon, sitting by the Amazon, a city is very uncomfortable. So, what is wrong here? Achha, next, I'll come to this. Delhi is one of the hottest or warmest cities in India and also globally. Which major Indian city has the largest forest and tree cover? Which major Indian cities? Forget about 50,000 to really understand what is happening in the cities and what can be done, or what should be done, or what should be done. Because just trees will not work. Like Father Kennedy, me, who have gone to the Amazon, have gone to the Amazon 3 times. It's extremely uncomfortable. Some of you said you have been to the Andamans recently. Yesterday, some people were saying, is it very cool and comfortable?
During the time when I went, it was. But
Now, you go now, or in any, even in September, October, it's quite warm and uncomfortable. I have been to the Andaman thrice also. I have moved around in the forest, rainforest. So why, even within forest and close to forest, it's so uncomfortable? That's where you have to understand what is the thermal comfort or discomfort. It's not only the temperature. Two things impact us. Two things. One is the temperature. What is that temperature? Yesterday I mentioned about it. That is the air temperature. Temperature of the air 2 meters above ground. That's called 2 meter air temperature. That's where all meteorological stations measure 2 meter air temperature. The second thing is, 4 things actually influence thermal comfort. But the 2 most important things, one is the air temperature. Second is the relative humidity. You understand relative humidity? What is relative humidity? Simple concept. No. it's actually at any particular temperature, how much moisture the air can hold. If the temperature rises, the air can hold more moisture. And at this point, what percentage of that maximum is there in the air? That's why it's expressed as a percentage, not as an absolute value. What is the maximum capacity at that temperature to hold moisture, how much it can hold, and what percentage of it is there already? Why it is important? Any biological body, we are not a stone vessel. We are not a metal ka bartan. We are having a fluid running through our body. So when our body gets warm, like I am moving around in this light and I am doing more exercise physically, so my muscles internally are producing more heat than if you are sitting there. So where is this heat going? Why is not my body not collapsed? You can see here. You can see here. I'm sweating. So if body heats up, which is called the core body, the heart, brain, kidney, these parts, called the core body. If that heats up, there is a small gland organ here, below here. It's called hypothalamus, which senses the temperature, core body temperature, and which controls the body so that it do not overheat. How do you do it? Sweating is the best method. There are three methods. Body also radiates heat. There air, if air moves, convective heat loss also takes place. And the best method is then the hypothalamus orders to cool it down. But how is that? Sweating is fine. It is sweating from here. It will be a little cooler in the skin. How does the inner body cools? How come the inner body will cool? My heart, my brain. How do they cool if the sweating is happening here? Is the blood. Blood is the heat carrier, like the hammock for the entire earth. Blood is the heat carrier for the body. So from the core bodies, the blood, warm blood, comes out and gets cooled here, goes back, takes up more heat, comes back, comes out on the skin, because all cells are supplied and goes back. And the hypothalamus checks, is the temperature stable, coming down? If it is not, then it orders the brain to pump more blood, heart. The brain, hypothalamus, orders the heart. And if even now it is not cooling down, it says pump more. So in that case, if both the temperature and relative humidity goes up, why it is not cool down? Because if the humidity goes up, this evaporation won't take place much. If it is dry, it will evaporate easily. If it is very moist, it will not cool easily, not evaporate easily. And if it is not evaporating, it will not cool down. Very little cooling will happen. So more blood pumping will be needed. And that's where most people who have a little weaker heart, some problem in the heart, their hearts fail. So heart failure is one of the major impacts of heat impact. Heat stress. Heat wave actually is a misnomer. There is no wave like this of heat. And heat, does anyone have any evidence that heat is measured in the weather parameter? Heat is never measured. Neither IMD measures heat, nor we measure heat. We measure temperature. And heat and temperature, these things are very different. Heat can be very large and temperature can be low. Heat can be smaller amount as calories or megajoules or whatever, and temperature can be high. There are factors of evaporation, of latent heat, of perception, of perceivable heat, sensible heat. So all these I not go into, but come to quickly. One, we have to understand that the feeling of heat or thermal discomfort is not only with temperature. It's with temperature, relative humidity, but there are two more factors. I'll just quickly say and then go into some small action that I love now. All of you can do, or most of you can do it quickly. If the wind is blowing good speed, then it also helps in evaporation. If there is no wind, it's still, then evaporation is low. So even wind helps in cooling down. And supposing I am a street vendor or a construction worker, I'm assistant to a mason. So I am carrying 30 kgs, 40 kgs of bricks or cement from here to there, putting and coming back. So I am also exposed to the sun. I am also working on a surface which is hot. Okay, so that surface and the solar radiation is acting as an additional heat source. So there are 4 external things which impacts thermal comfort or discomfort. Only one is the temperature, air temperature. The second is the relative humidity of the air. The third is wind speed. And the fourth is how much radiative heat that person is receiving. If I am sitting in a shaded place, then the solar radiation is not coming on me. Okay, and that's where some actions can be happening. Like we tell it very clearly, it's very well known. Workplace shading is one of the methods of reducing heat impact. Because if you are not allowing the sunlight to sun heat, solar heat to directly fall on the workers who are working in the open, then they are saved from one of the heat inputs. Okay, so these 4 things determine thermal discomfort: air temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and how much radiation that person is being exposed to. If I am sitting on a black surface, road, then the road surface also radiates it. So I am getting from here also, and then from there. So my risk of collapse is far higher than a person who is sitting in a shaded place at the same temperature and same humidity. Understood? So one quick thing, can you check what is the temperature of this is Sivasi you said? Sivasi. Just check what is the temperature here. I'll take it from 9-10 people. Yes, 28. Anyone else? 29. Anyone else? 27. So at the same time, it is so many different fields. That feels like I'll explain. That is the impact of humidity. But 27, 28, 29, why it is so much different? And in this room, in this place, it is 26.3. Inside here. If I take it and place it in between, it might be a little more because so many body heats are there. So one lesson is, you cannot, if you are a worker or if you want to know the thermal discomfort or thermal stress on a person, you cannot depend on the internet. Why these are different? Because the sources are different. Because the sensors are placed in different places. You are trying to see what is the temperature here. Is any of the sensors kept here? No. So one first thing, because today, everybody, if you ask weather, if you ask anything, the first response is go to the mobile phone and search. That gives you wrong answers. So the first lesson is do measurements. Carry instruments, do measurements. If you really want to have people getting saved from thermal discomfort, you have to have measurements. And in this place, now it is 26.3. There might be 0.2 variation because margin of error is there, and 52% relative humidity. I'll send you one thing. this on the one chart I want to show. Okay, it is gone. Should I send it by email or also? So one is, this is understood. One is how heat waves are determined. Heat waves are defined by the IMD, India Meteorological Department, and the three different areas, and why I said it is completely wrong. Number one, it do not take into account relative humidity. It is only, like I said, it has to be 40 degree, 4.5 degrees Celsius higher than the average. It do not talk about relative humidity. It do not talk about the insolation, the radiation. It do not talk about the wind speed. So fundamentally it is wrong. It will not give you correct answers for real thermal comfort, discomfort, or heat stress, or heat stroke, or even heat death. Yes.
Why are they ignoring this parameter?
See, IMD, we have been talking to IMD for senior people quite long. They said, yes, we know this. And this is not IMD. This is globally accepted. That I'll show you that once this is uploaded. It is a question of they have to then give out, like the feels like is 1. The heat index. I'll show you the heat index chart. The heat index is the real figure. To a limited extent, it's not 100% correct, but to a large extent, it shows what the body is actually feeling. IMD do not have that infrastructure now in every place. So they are going to do a pilot level introduction in a few places. Though this should have been done 20 years ago. And that is understood. IMD knows it. It's not IMD is ignorant. Because this is not only IMD, globally, including WHO, World Meteorological Organization. Globally, every meteorological organization acknowledges that heat stress is not given only by the air temperature. You are raising something.
You mentioned about the humidity and that effect on how we feel the heat. Like, but now in areas where the humidity is very less, there is like greater chances of getting a heat stroke because of humidity being less. How does that?
See, there are two things. One is humidity less or more doesn't really matter much. There is a thermal comfort or discomfort level. You know of Rajasthan people, they work comfortably at 44. 43, 44, they still work. In Delhi, in summer, temperature goes to 44, 45. I have walked on streets, hot streets at that temperature. I didn't collapse. People don't collapse because it's dry. And because the body, only heat danger is if your body gets, like somebody said, dehydrated. But if you drink water or water with little bit of ORS or those kind of stuff, then you are safe. Up to around 46, 7, 8 degrees, you will not collapse. But let me show you the chart. Even at 36 degrees, there is a danger. Tell me one thing. What do you feel is a combination of temperature and humidity, where people can die. If they work without cooling, they can die. What is the feeling? What temperature? Anyone? What temperature? If supposing I am a construction worker, I am working with head loads or a machine, whatever. What is the temperature at which, if I am still working physically, then I can die out of heat impact? Not 34 to 35, but how do you determine 34, 35?
They are pretty much exposed to heat, and the body does not sweat a lot. And
Why doesn't it sweat a lot?
Can she speak in a mic, please?
Just take it so that others ask.
Actually, this May I went to a village in South Gujarat, and the temperature was not very much. It was around 37 to 38 degrees, but it had a farmland around it. But my body was not sweating, and that was a question that I was about to ask you.
Not sweating or sweat was accumulating?
No, it was not sweating at all. Yeah, so I think I read it. I think a few months back that workers who are at construction sites who do not have access to proper cooling are more at risk of collapsing because they do not sweat a lot. So that's why I think it's around 34 to 38 degrees in between.
I think a little bit of confusion. Okay. Yes.
What I have experienced, like
you can sit and speak.
what I have experienced, I'm working thoroughly. So sometimes their temperature is 40 to 43. So when we go for the marketing or work in the field, we don't feel that much tired. But when I go to Bombay, even though it is like a temperature is less, but that humidity and stiffness, so we feel more suffocated than being in Gujarat, Then Bombay, more like humidity is there.
And that's everywhere, not only because if the air is comparatively dry, your body can still cool down subject to the condition that you have enough fluid in your body. If you, with high temperature, if your body is not having enough water, then you are in danger. Like workers who are working for a long period of time and not drinking water, they are at a risk of collapse because the blood to circulate, it has to be fluid and water has to be there. If enough water you are drinking, then in a dry condition, till around 44, 45, you will not collapse. But in humid atmosphere, where the humidity, relative humidity is 80% or higher, like coastal areas, it's always 70%, sometimes goes to 95%. There, even at 35 degrees, people can die. Not die automatically if you work. If you just sit comfortably, don't keep a fan, then you will not die, obviously not. Because if your body keeps generating heat, and that cannot be dissipated through evaporation, perspiration, then there is a danger. So this is one thing which is not included in the IMD guideline. Though IMD, how many of you know that many Indian cities have now, present day, have a heat action plan? So wherever you are, you can check whether that particular city has a heat action plan. Ahmedabad was the first city in South Asia which came up with a heat action plan. Why did they come up? Some very good people suddenly thought that we should have a heat action plan. Why? Because in 2010, Ahmedabad faced a severe heat wave. Some senior people will remember, birds were falling from the sky, dead. 1,350 or 40 people died in Ahmedabad. You will definitely remember. And that was a very severe heat wave incident. And Ahmedabad was caught totally unprepared. No plan, nothing. Not even the consideration. Then there was a big hullabulla. There was a good doctor who also took initiative. Then the municipal commission also acknowledged that this is a major danger. Then they started the exercise. And 2013, India's and South Asia's first city level heat action plan was brought up in Ahmedabad. Even that is flawed, but at least something has been done. Even that plan considers only temperature. It do not consider, though it shows the heat index. It shows that humidity is an important parameter, but it do not operationalize humidity, relative humidity. It says it is very important for thermal comfort, but it leaves it out. So that plan is wrong. Partly right, partly wrong. What is the third factor why this kind of thing, all these plans have a big gap? Like this simple exercise we did, from that what conclusion can you make? Like I asked you to all to check what is the temperature. Like if I am working in say any industrial area outskirts of Ahmedabad, does the IMD has a weather station there? Most big cities have only a few weather stations by IMD or some other private groups. And the people are not working next to the weather stations. Like if I give you an example, Ahmedabad's main weather station is near the airport. Delhi's main weather station is in Safdarjung Airport, which is an abandoned airport with around 500-600 acres of greenery. So the temperature and humidity there, will it be the same if I am in Delhi working on a street, or in Ahmedabad, that market, the Hamad workers are working? Very, very different condition. So what you are reporting, IMD is reporting, is the temperature, humidity, etc., etc., etc. in their weather station. They have no clue what these workers are facing, these street vendors are facing, these construction workers are facing, or the rickshaw pullers are facing. They have absolutely no. So again, you cannot really depend on IMDs giving a heat wave warning. You have to do your own measurement. If you have to, this is the guideline we made. Can we go a little up? Since I have little less time, I will skip some of that. This one. So this is the chart that, as I said, this kind of a simple instrument which costs around 600 rupees, and this chart can prove life-saving for a very large crores of Indian workers, informal workers. Because this is what, if your relative humidity is suppose 85%, this is the death zone, danger zone. If you go into this and work without cooling, you can die. And this chart is globally accepted. Not that everybody will fall sick exactly at this point. Every body is a little different. But this is an average line you can take. You should never go into beyond this line. Orange is we want, cool down, rest. Don't work, stop work. Never go to red. So you can see, even if the temperature is only 33, you can go to the danger zone if the humidity is 90% plus. Okay, this is taken from India's official website. This is taken from Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan, Delhi Heat Action Plan. Every Indian Heat Action Plan has used this chart. None of the Heat Action Plan have operationalized this, have acted on this. So this is one of the agenda, advocacy agenda that we have, is pressurize your municipal corporation. The heat action plans must be based at least on temperature and relative humidity. I'll circulate this for everyone to get this whole guideline. So this is very important to understand that thermal comfort and discomfort, first thing, is not only dependent on temperature. Second, as I gave examples, whether you have too many trees or not too many trees, it doesn't really matter that much. It does a little, it have an impact, but really doesn't matter that much. As I gave examples, Delhi has the highest amount of forest and tree covers amongst big cities. The Amazon rainforest, how much more forest can you have than Amazon rainforest? And yet, if you go and try to physically work in the Amazon forest, it's very, very uncomfortable. Recently, both of us, Dr. Kennedy was there for the Kennedy, I was also there last November. It was November, though it is just close to the equator. So November or June, or it doesn't matter much, but still there is a little difference. And it was very uncomfortable. And it is like that. Why it is like that? Any idea? Why the Amazon rainforest with so much tree cover, why it is so uncomfortable? The relative humidity is very high. Similarly, further century, if there is too much of water and that evaporates in it, it will become very uncomfortable. But if there is not too much of water, the water has a cooling effect because it evaporates and cools the surrounding. But water heat do not disappear. It stays as latent heat. So that latent heat, if not here, it will be there. And only if there is a strong wind, that heat gets dissipated. And the other impact that has happened in India, most of our cities are built so haphazardly, the wind cannot pass. If you have too many tall buildings and wind has to go like this, it cannot do like this. I don't know, anybody, some of you might have gone to New York, Manhattan. Anyone? Manhattan, if you stand in any of the avenues, there is a very strong wind. It comes from the sea because all the avenues are like this, huge roads, and the streets are exactly perpendicular. So, First Avenue is the UN office, so we used to go regularly, the United Nations office. There, the heat never builds up. It's blown away. The humidity never builds up. It's blown away. But most of our cities are so unplanned, the wind cannot flow. So that's why with more humidity, even lower temperatures can take you to very dangerous working conditions. So as I say, one, if you are there to help, supposing like I work with a lot of informal sector workers unions. I work with the small scale fish workers union, waste workers union, construction workers union, street vendors, National Workers Federation, then National Fish Workers Federation, many of these unions, where people have to work physically. Physical energy have to be spent, heat up in very uncomfortable condition. Here, one of the simple primary measures you can take is take a simple, this is called a thermohygrometer. It measures the temperature, air temperature. It measures the relative humidity, and there is another variant which I normally carry that carries maximum and minimum also. It costs around 650 to 700 rupees, not much. And this is a life-saving instrument. Along with this, if you have this chart print in a, say A4 sheet or A3, laminate it, keep it there. How much does it cost? Very little. But a group of workers working in these conditions, if they're trained, okay, look at this, look at that. The moment it comes there, take precautions. Either go into shade, slow down, stop work, spray some water on your face, or wine, whatever. So this is one measure. Apart from the advocacy part, there is an advocacy part, policy advocacy. There is a direct action part. This kind of measure can save crores of workers from extreme thermal discomfort and heat stroke. Because heat stroke means heat stress and heat stroke are different. Heat stress is your hypothalamus is still in control. It is trying to cool down your body. Heat stroke is when this has stopped functioning. Your temperature has gone beyond, it has stopped functioning. Then that person's body cannot cool that body anymore. You have to cool it from outside. And again there, what do the government do in heat wave? What do the government do? All governments in India, all state, city, what do they do when there is a heat wave? One is don't go out. There will be a heat wave for 3 days, don't go out. And I will show you, maybe if time permits. Recently, BBC made a documentary, small, 5 some minutes, sometime. I was also there in that, and our friends were there. The people I trained are there in the last 3-4 years. And they have gone out and talked to workers, women workers who were breaking stones on the street. They said, हाँ सुना तो है लेकिन नहीं काम करूंगी तो खाऊंगी. What do I eat? If I don't work for 3 days, what do I eat? What my children eat? So this is a solution. We do not work for a very large informal sector workers need. Number one. Second, what does it say more? Drink plenty of water. You heard about it? If the humidity is 90%, you drink a bucket full of water, your body will not cool down. So that advice is also not useful. If it is a humid heat, if it is a dry heat, yeah, then it will work. If it is a humid heat beyond 80%, then that drink plenty of water will not work. Because the evaporation from skin, the perspiration will accumulate, it will not evaporate, it will not go. So then what do? Then you have to know what is the humidity. Is it high? Then that person, when that person, she or he, is feeling very, very uncomfortable, that person needs to be cooled from outside. You have to take a wet cloth, very wet cloth, wrap him and blow wind, or slowly pour water, not full bucket. Only that can save a life at that point. Give him or her plenty of water, nothing will happen. No help will happen if the humidity is very high. So these the government never tells us. None of the heat advisories, heat wave advisories, the government calls it advisory. None of them tells this. They give, okay, don't go out, drink plenty of water, drink waris. अभी बेचारा poor person every day waris कहाँ से लाएगा? That's also another problem. But I'm not going into that. So basically there are 2-3 different things. One is a proper understanding of heat stress. It's not heat wave. It's heat stress, thermal discomfort going beyond tolerable limit, going beyond the body's capacity to cool itself. When the hypothalamus stops working, your body is not actively trying to cool itself. Then peer group, somebody who is with her or him, and I have faced this kind of thing. In Indore, one of the Indore meetings, one very elderly waste workers who do this kuda kachra collection and shifting. I will not take the name. I wrote about this in different way. She was collecting plastic bottles, metal things, and she fell unconscious. Because on top of the garbage heap, there is an extra heat. And on top of that, it was exposed to sun. So the summertime, she collapsed. And the next thing she found, when she narrated this incident in our meeting, मैं तो बेहोश होके गिर गई थी. Everybody understand Hindi to some extent? Her statement was, मैं तो बेहोश होके गिर गई थी. मैं बच गई क्योंकि मेरा साथियों ने उठा के लाया. The other waste workers, they just lifted her, brought her down, poured some water on the face, on the head, etc., and she slowly regained consciousness. Otherwise, she would have died there. And many deaths are happening. If we can go a little bit above, above beginning. Towards the beginning. Towards the very beginning. Where there is a graph of number of inventories. This one. See, this is take the size small plus. This is a government figure, which is a very large underestimate. That between 92 and 2015, 24,000 deaths have happened. This is an absurdly low figure. You know how many heatwave days took place in Europe during the 2003 heatwave excess deaths? As per government's assessment, 70,000 in one heatwave in Europe. 2020 heatwave, 2022 heatwave, 60,000 excess. And the government of India says in so many years, 23 years, only 24,000. But even this number is alarming. This will be actually 20-30 times. Because why it is there? Why the heat wave or heat deaths are not recorded? Any idea? Because heat deaths is not a medical thing that is abnormal. What the doctors certify is heart failure, kidney failure, multi-organ failure. So you have died of heart failure. It is the fault of your heart, not of the heat. But why did the heart failure happen? Because of the heat. So there is an unofficial direction to many medical professionals don't register as heat. And I have talked to many doctors. They said unless it is very, very certain, unless it is undeniable in all forms, we are not to be certified as heat death. The cause of death, heat, is very rare. And that very rarest of rare is 24,000 in these years. And if you, do not give the full picture, these as on 203, the number of heat wave days has gone to 550 plus in 2024. How can there be 500 plus days? Some people ask this. It's the number of heat waves days in the stations. It has one heat wave is not all over India. It is in two neighboring weather stations, the IMD weather stations. So if Delhi Subdarjan is declaring a heat wave, not necessarily Noida will also have a heat wave. Generally it has, but it's not necessary. So this figure itself nowadays is increasing very fast. So fine. So this is understood. These I will be circulating. We have this in English and Hindi and Marathi. The Marathi translation also has been done. So this will be useful for you. Anyone who is working with informal sector. Okay. Any quick questions on this? And I'm repeating. One is the advocacy agenda, policy advocacy. What are the policy advocacy agenda? That on this we have, as I mentioned, so if your city don't have a heat action plan, the first step is they should have a heat action. But many cities do have a heat action, and yet they are faulty. Because number one, they do not take the relative humidity into account. Their heat wave warnings are very, very incomplete. It only says, don't go out, drink plenty of water. They don't even tell that if the humidity is high, that people should cool from outside. They don't even tell this. Forget about the method. The hospitals are now installing emergency cooling stations. But the government is not giving this information out in public.
So, this heat action plants are in cities, right? The maximum affected people are marginalized.
Both rural and urban are affected. Actually, some states like Telangana has a Telangana state heatwave action. Rajasthan 2024 came out with Rajasthan heatwave and human health action plan. So that's an improvement over heatwave action plan. Heatwave and human health action plan. But even there, the humidity, relative humidity is not taken into account. Not taken into account means it shows the same chart that I am showing. It shows the same chart, but it ignores the chart. Though this chart is globally accepted, all our heatwave quote-unquote action plans ignores this. So that's a major point, and that, as you said, is true. Heatwave impact, heat impact is not only in cities, but why larger number are in cities? Because in rural areas, both the wind, of course, they are exposed to the sun also, but they have some opportunity to sit down under a tree, pull down if the wind turns, because in rural areas, at least there is some breeze often, if not all the time. Coastal areas are very different. Coastal areas are at a higher danger because the relative humidity is always high. And in some seasons, it's close to 85-90%. And then if the temperature goes up. So what is the second? First thing is, if there is no heat action plan, that city or town or state or whatever has to have a good heat action plan. And recently, last month, end of last month, not last month, now it is July, end of May, I was having a session with the West Workers Union, and a lot of women West workers came in that in Pune. There's a union called KKPKB, Kagaj Kachra Patra, something like that. It's very active and powerful union. So there I was having a discussion, and they said, when I talked about the heat wave or heat impacts, Many of these women said, "अरे हमारा तो ऐसे हुआ था, मेरा तो ऐसे हुआ था, मैं तो ऐसे गिर गई थी." Many of these, once you start discussing, things come out. People by lakhs and lakhs are facing this. But again, coming back to action agendas, one side is what we ourselves can do. Even if the government do not listen, say, okay, these are whatever, cockroaches or whatever, or rats, whatever. Even then, what we can do? One, dialogue with the informal sector workers, with the small farmers, farm laborers, that what impacts you, how you are impacted, and just the feeling is not sufficient. And feeling uncomfortable, by then you are already entering the danger zone. So, a measurement of the temperature and the relative humidity, which can be done very easily with a very low cost instrument, a thermohygrometer, and having the chart, that heat index chart, that is globally. If you search in your mobile, Google search, you will find heat index. You just search heat index warning chart or heat index chart, you will find the same chart. So I am not fabricating it. Just to prove, you can, anyone, two or three of you can search. Can you search? Heat index chart, just find. So you have already found. Some will be in Fahrenheit, look for the Celsius, centigrade first. Because Americans use Fahrenheit. So a lot of these are in Fahrenheit, some are in Celsius. So it's not something I am making up. It's globally accepted. Okay. So the heat index chart and the measurement can give indication of working conditions which are unsafe or entering danger zones, where people, if they keep working without cooling is out of the question, then they can fall sick and they can even die. So that's one. Second is a dialogue with the employers, contractors, housing. If it is a house building site, we have done this in several cities, and some are more reluctant. But now in Ahmedabad, after our last 2 sessions, lot of these big building contractors, they are adopting, they are putting up shelters, cooling centers. They are doing that. So it's not that everyone is very, very unreasonable. They don't know what to monitor, how to prevent. They don't know. They feel that giving water is enough. So they put water and they said, okay, government told us to put water, we have put water. What more can we do? So once they understand, and see, even a contractor, when we talk to contractors or other employers who are employing this informal sector or even farm labor, no one wants a person dying in their work. There will be a lot of trouble. Police investigation, how did the death took place, and then lot of other, they call it jhanjat, jhamela. For them, human life is basically, who is going to do this jhanjat? But no one wants a person dying while working for them, for whatever reasons. So if you can use logic, simple arguments with evidence, then there is a chance a very large number will accept. Some might still not accept. So that's one. The second thing is, and that's two. One is the understanding, the measurement, the heat index chart. Third is dialogue with the groups which are employing. Fourth is, see, as I said, in the policy sphere, there are 2 areas. Can you tell? I have already mentioned one. What is the recommendation that we should take as a policy advice? It's already discussed. Include what? Measurement. Include the relative humidity. Because relative humidity is measured. IMD is giving you the measurement. But IMD is not including it in its heat wave warning. The data is there with IMD. Of course, the data is not of where I am working. So the fourth is relative humidity should be included in the heat warnings. Heat wave, okay, let's, for better term, let's call it heat wave. The heat wave warning should include both air temperature and relative humidity. The next one. Yes.
The rise in temperature will automatically reflect rise in humidity also.
No. If there are enough water bodies, then it will also increase the humidity. If there are no water bodies or very few water bodies, then the humidity will not rise. Like in Delhi, earlier, I'll come to the last part.
So what I understand, so my understanding that even if the temperature, the temperature is high, I presume that humidity also will go high.
No. For humidity to go high, you have to have water sources. Supposing Jaisalmer district, temperature goes to 50 degrees and it is 30% relatively, 20%. Where is the water? For humidity to rise, there has to be that water available which will evaporate and contribute to the relative humidity. There's no water in Jaisalmer during summer.
So how do you say differentiate South India from North India?
Even South India,
So you don't want to be able to give my
not everywhere. See, central India, the peninsular India is the central part. Many places are very dry, but there is a change happening in cities mostly. Normally, like Delhi, if you go back 20 years of Delhi's weather record, Delhi's summer used to be very hot, warm and dry. Very little moisture. That has changed over the last 20 years because of something which is happening inside the city, which I have not explained yet. My writings have that, but I will explain quickly. But it is not necessary. Like I am giving the example of even Hyderabad was hot and dry earlier. Last 10-15 years, people are noticing a rise in humidity. And that is nothing to do with other, of course, it has got something to do with climate, but a lot to do with what is happening in the city, within the city. Two things are happening within the city also. So the urban heat island effect will also increase the temperature. But unless there is lot of water available, you will not have a higher humidity. If you have lot of water bodies, then that temperature will add to humidity. But that's not a good thing always, as we found out. Because we can tolerate higher temperature at a lower humidity. But both humidity and temperature, our bodies cannot tolerate. We are not made for that at all. Our physical bodies are not made for that. So this humidity rise is not automatic. We'll have to have sources. But now we have sources. As I said, last 20 years, this situation has changed. Like I made I'll share that article also where I constructed a graph from data. And Delhi's humidity in summer has shot up over the last 7 years. So Delhi or even Hyderabad has become more uncomfortable thermally. They have become cities of more thermal discomfort over the last few years. And not only for temperature. Because the temperature has gone up, the relative humidity during summer has gone up. And the reason lies in two areas. One is globally, the sea surface temperatures have risen quite a lot. In fact, if you look for sea surface temperature record from 2023 onward, they have broken all previous records by large margins. So if the water is warmer and 71% of the earth is covered by seas, we are covered on 3 sides by seas, Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean. So if the sea is warmer, they are pumping much more moisture in the air. And that air is coming inland. So the average humidity has gone up. From 20-30 years ago, it has gone up. And it is going up a little. The second reason humidity has risen, and these are all measured already. The second reason is what is happening within the city. See, in Delhi has around 2.3 crore people. Every place has a kitchen. There are 1.2 crore vehicles. If the vehicles run, like Dr. Suresh If the vehicles run, what do they emit?
Yeah, the green gas.
One is greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide. Then there are pollutants, particulates. But all petrol, diesel, all are hydrocarbons. All have hydrogen. If hydrogen also is burned, it's also burning, giving energy. So water vapor is released. So every liter of petrol or diesel or kerosene or gas that is burned also produces water vapor. So within the city, the more vehicles, more cooking gas, more burning you are doing, the more moisture you are generating within the city. That is on top of the moisture that is being pumped by the sea in the atmosphere, because the sea surface temperature has gone up. So the records showing that almost all cities, their temperature as well as relative humidity throughout the year is going up, and that has a very bad impact on thermal comfort or discomfort. That is, yes.
I just have one question. The reasons which you have given is, I think, almost in every major city in India. And the second reason which you gave is the increasing temperature because of the sea rise.
Because of
sea rise.
That's in the sea, not because of sea rise.
Okay. So now Delhi is not close to the sea. So why, in comparison to the other cities, Delhi is having the highest temperature?
Because Delhi has by far the highest concentration of vehicles in India. The normal figure we used to give is Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata. You add the vehicles, Delhi has more than all the three combined. So one of the reasons is number of vehicles burning petrol, diesel, everything. So they are generating both heat, carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas, as well as water vapor. And for all of us, water vapor is a powerful greenhouse gas.
Do you have any record during the time of lockdown? How does it reflect in both in the temperature as well as the relative humidity?
Yes, the IMD records are there. Yes, IMD records are there.
Because I think it has a sudden drop has happened.
Yes, and I have that curve also, that graph. If you see the graph is going up, there is a sudden kick and then it goes up again. All graphs go a sudden drop and then goes up again. Because most vehicles were on the road, most of the industrial burning were off, only power etc. were on. That too from outside then. So that is very clear. So that is the third reason, that within the city there is a lot of carbon dioxide being generated. So it is covering the city as a dome. Lot of moisture being generated. It is increasing the humidity, increasing the thermal discomfort. Because of that chart, we have seen that more the humidity, even a lower temperature will cause more thermal discomfort. And third is, all this is trapping the air because the wind cannot blow it away. It is trapped there. So the moisture, the carbon dioxide is absorbing more heat. Any greenhouse gas buildup will cause temperature. So cities in India, this is not true for rural areas, but cities in India where the maximum number of informal sector workers are working. One is in the farm sector, farm laborers. That's one major chunk. But the largest segment of informal sector workers, also formal sector workers, are in cities. And we have measured in Ahmedabad, even in factories, textile mills, temperatures going up to 50 degrees, humidity, relative humidity going up to 90%. And the people who work there, they have to take very frequent breaks. They work a little bit, come out, stand in front of the fan, and again go out. So this is the kind of condition. And none of them, none of the factories, forget about the informal who are working on the streets, street vendors. They don't even, when I introduced this in 2018 or 19 with the street vendors union, they were excited, yeah, we can measure actual condition. Because they are not aware that they have to know that this is the condition where they are facing. Already several people have died in the street vendors Many people fall sick, and once falling sick means you are losing a few days apart from the hospital expenses or the medical expenses, which is basically out-of-pocket expenditure. You are
Sweating means it's not like only taking water which will help, like also this loss of salt.
yes.
So that also would need to be like.
If you are sweating quite a bit, salt is also needed because the body is losing along with that. That's why the ORS is prescribed, but then the government must provide that. Because if a poor worker who often, like the labor chalks, the labor come in the morning, 7:38, and in the sun, in warm and humid weather, they are sitting there, exposed to the sun on the street, which is becoming very hot. Okay, so who is going to provide them? They have still not earned anything. Then you ask them that go bring water, and water is not there. So provide water, fine, but provide the ORS also, because it's a life-saving thing.
See, sweating itself is a defensive mechanism.
Defensive mechanism, cooling mechanism.
Yeah. So which means that people who live in South India, so the belt of say the coastal area cutting across coastal, they tend to sweat more, and you come to Ahmedabad, you don't sweat more, but you feel the heat more. So it's obviously that we are not sweating.
No, we are not sweating means we are generating the moisture. It is evaporating faster. In the coastal areas, you are generating the moisture, it's not evaporating. So you feel more uncomfortable. If it is dry,
I'm not able to get that point of region like Ahmedabad, people sweating and then getting evaporated. I'm not able to accept it. Because it's not, the evaporation doesn't happen in a microseconds.
No, it takes time. But if the weather is little dry, that means the moisture content in the air is less. So air can take in more moisture at that particular temperature. So it's a question of, not a question again of absolute moisture. How much the air can take at that particular temperature and what percentage of that maximum is already there. So absolute value is not important. So Ahmedabad, again, it has changed over the years, and we have had data for that. But normally, average understanding is coastal areas have much higher moisture content, the humidity, relative humidity. Ahmedabad used to be very dry, fairly dry. Delhi used to be fairly dry. Delhi's thing has changed dramatically. From summer, 30 to 40% used to be, I have the data also in that article, I have constructed the graph with the data. 30 to 40% in summer, in general, before the rains came. Now it goes to 55 to 60%, which is already very uncomfortable. The change is happening. And the change, as I said, for two reasons. One, within the city, like Ahmedabad, used to be dry and hot. But within the city, the more you build up moisture and carbon dioxide, both temperature and humidity will go up. Ahmedabad looks like very congested, but Delhi, by all official data, as I said, Delhi has more vehicles than Kolkata, Chennai and Mumbai together. So where is that heat and moisture going? It is there in the air. So that has built up the moisture level, humidity level in Delhi, which is making summers more uncomfortable. So all these data are available. What was there 20 years ago? What is now? What was there 10 years ago? All this data is available with IMD stations. Like in Ahmedabad, if you want to see, it is available in IMD offices, in their computers. So all these data are stored. The actual weather data for at least the last 100 years. So you can construct, you can see the change. Any question on this?
But does Delhi also have very cold temperature?
Yes, Delhi also have very cold temperatures because Delhi's location is closer to the Himalayas, and when the wind changes, like during the monsoon, the wind is from southwest and partly southeast. When the monsoon withdraws, the wind pattern changes. It comes from northwest. And northwest means from the colder places and close to the Himalayas, because the wind generally cannot go much beyond the Himalayas. So it comes like this. And from the northern area. So that is a colder wind. Because the further north you go, the temperature is low. So that wind pattern changes. Where the wind is coming from, it depends on what the temperature and humidity, and that is why Delhi's winters are generally drier. Because there is no very big sea there, only small water bodies. Whereas when it comes from southwest, the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, like it moves like this. So they take a lot of moisture.
There is difference between that Delhi stroke days and other cities. Delhi's stroke days and other cities.
Yes, yes. Because Delhi, this is all over India,
Yeah.
collected. This is only Delhi. But that also you can see, it is going up.
Okay.
And again, this is IMD definition of heat waves. Not heat stroke, heat waves. This is the heat wave days. And that definition, as I explained, is not right. It is not for safety of the workers. Because the workers can die even before IMD announces heat wave in that area. IMD do not announce heat wave all across India together. Only those stations which cross that criteria, that minimum 4.5 degrees above average. Pardon? Somebody asked me? Okay.
The large increase in use of air conditioning in the cities, does that affect it?
Yes, because the air conditioners are taking in a lot of electricity, which has been generated somewhere else. But all that heat, the air conditioners, what they do? They take the air, compress it, cool it, and that heat that is taken out, they throw it outside. So the outside becomes even hotter. And that is another injustice. If I have the money, then I can cool myself. But the basti outside, I put additional. And that's happening all across India. In cities, particularly. Not so much in rural areas, but rural areas also I am seeing now. A lot of houses are those who have money putting air conditioners. So that is actually increasing the injustice. That's how we are going. That's how our political economy is running now. And we don't have much consideration for people who cannot afford to cool themselves by a mechanical electrical means. Let them go to hell. Let them die. That's the kind of attitude that we have in our governments. Unfortunate, but that's the truth. Because otherwise, how do you explain that the IMD never takes even a botheration to measure the temperature and humidity where large concentrations of workers are there? Like in Ahmedabad, that what is those streets where a lot of Hamal workers went. Last time I went. Jamal. Is there a weather station there? Have anyone seen? No. So how do they know what condition they are facing? And this is not one person, not 100%, thousands of people. Similarly, Delhi's Ajadpur Mandi, where thousands of loaders, extrapullers are working, even in hot and humid conditions. There is no other station nearby. So how do I know or they know what is the condition there? Whether they can die or fall sick or something happening. And this is only, I have to end quickly, it is 30 already. The health impacts are not the only one. Health impacts are a major one. Health, bad health, and this is not instantaneous only. And this is not only in the workplace. Because when the workers are facing the heat throughout the day, after that when they go back to their homes, do they have air conditioners in their homes? Are their homes large and ventilated? No. Very small, cramped, with a tin shed maybe, GI sheet, and they are hotter. We are just doing the measurements with another group in Ahmedabad whom I trained in February. So work has started. We are finding the temperature inside the house is 46 degrees Celsius when the temperature outside is 43. So if they go in, try to sleep, the body will not allow them to sleep. Either they've become half unconscious to sleep, drowsy, or they come out and try to sleep in the open. But because of the urban heat island effect and this moisture buildup, cities are not cooling down at night. That is the fourth biggest impact that has happened over the last 20 years. Our heat is not only during the day, it is during the night also. But there are very easy methods by which, very low cost methods, by which we can improve this informal, very low cost house. Very, very simple methods, doesn't cost much. So there are a lot of actions that we can take, both at the workplace as well as in their residences. And this will not have to depend whether the government listens to us or do not listen. Whether they do anything or not. That's one thing. I'm not saying don't engage. We must engage, we must put the arguments and logics. But even before something changes in the governance, we can do it. Like the workplace things I said, similarly, the houses, the last one, the houses. Whatever those houses are, two, three very simple methods. Effective roofing. You see the top portion of the roof and the side gets the maximum sun. Depending on the latitude, you paint white or reflect. Whatever cheap white, like I used to do for 35 years, as long as I am here in the year before when I used to study in college and university in Kolkata, I am originally from Kolkata. I used to whitewash my roof myself. Put tuna and Fevicol in water, leave overnight, in the morning flip of coats. And that used to cool down. Even now, a few days ago, we did our roof in Delhi because I live in a floor. So we get a lot of heat from the roof. We got it done because now I cannot go up and do all this. So we employed labor and immediately temperature dropped by 4 degrees Celsius. Inside temperature dropped by 4 degrees Celsius. So this is a very cheap method by which one thing is reflective roofing, which is also called cool roof. If you have a pakka acha roof, good, strong, then you can put a thin layer of soil and put some grass or other things with a polythene layer so that water do not. But for informal housing, that do not work because you must not increase the load on the roof for very weak roofing. But the reflective roofing is a very good method for reducing the heat. The ventilation is another important criteria. I'm saying this because from tomorrow we can start work. We are already working with this, with many groups in their housing area, both work and housing. Hot air rises everywhere. So within the room, the air gets hotter and rises. So if you provide a ventilator at the highest point in that jhopdi, in that informal housing, the hot air, even if you don't have money, you miss that person of that family, don't have money to put an exhaust fan. If you put a reasonably good ventilator, the hot air will, on its own, natural convection will take the air out. Some fresh air will come in. So the heat and humidity will come down within the room. So there are simple measures which are not at all expensive, like this one also I said. Collectively, can't a small group of workers buy a 700 rupees instrument and get this heat index chart and keep these two together to see whether their working condition is in the safe zone or dangerous zone or very dangerous zone, death zone. So that can be easily done in a working condition. Workplace. Dialogue with the worker in class, that is someone outside has to facilitate that. But workers might not be fully equipped to immediately start dialogue or an NGO or an institution or some other senior people who may hold, like some professor is going or some a small group going. on this. They have dialogues. So employers have to be made to understand this also, that this is a condition where you are putting the workers in great danger. And as I said, homes, informal homes can easily be improved. There are 3-4 methods. The workplace can be shaded with very little expense. Like you might have seen this green netting, 75% green netting. So that reduces the heat, the radiative heat. There are many simple methods. Some of these we have suggested in this guideline. And this guideline will be circulated. This is with you now.
What about jute?
Pardon?
Jute.
Jute. Jute, you have to put water. If you put a jute kind of carton, you have to put water and air. That is workable if you have enough supply of water. In fact, there is another thing which is called kush or kush like this. That is now being used in some of the cities. The government, like Jaipur municipality has started some of the cooling centers. Just this year, cooling centers. What have they done? A shade, wood shade, and this kush layer on the sides, and some fans, and the water pipeline have been given. So these are cooling down a bit, but if the humidity goes very high, then this will be less. So Jaipur is a dry area, generally very dry area. But this will not work in coastal areas. There you have to do a different thing. So there is no, without understanding what is the problem and how you can solve it, you cannot take a prescription and without seeing, okay, this is the prescription, take this pill. It do not work. Like the tree thing I said. Everybody says, पेड़ लगा दो तो हो जाएगा. In fact, Ahmedabad has done this. Ahmedabad, they claim that Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation have increased the green cover. I checked the satellite imagery. Yes, they have done. Where the plantation has taken place? Paldi. Is Paldi the place where working class people live? No. Posh area. But if you look at Ahmedabad heat map, it is there in the heat action plan. The hottest areas are around the city, in the industrial areas where the poor workers live. There is no plantation there. So yes, Ahmedabad has added tree for the posh areas. So for the people who already have access to air conditioning and cars and everything, there is more of this tree and all. And he is claiming we have done climate action. It's a useless action from the workers' perspective, from the poor people's perspective. Yes. Then we'll end and
so ultimately, whether we take all these measures like putting kind of a ventilations or even jute bag, all that we do, is only an escaping from the problem.
yes,
Right?
that's
Ultimately, the total amount of heat or the relative humidity remains the same. I guess we need to more concentrate on what is the measurement to cut down the fossil fuel,
Yes.
is the most important factor.
That's one of the most important things which we keep for last. That all of these adaptation measures have a limit. You can adapt so much. If you are pushed, you can, okay, I'll do something. But once you are pushed beyond that, so unless you cut down the root cause, this will only be a temporary relief for 10, 15 years, 20 years. Beyond that, again the condition will deteriorate. So finally, this is the crux, that there is no other escape but to cut down fossil fuels, phase out fossil fuels. Ultimately, what you cannot do immediately. That has to be based on a plan, long-term plan, which the countries are not willing to. So what we are now discussing or discussed is immediately in the short term, next, starting right now, maybe tomorrow, for the next 20 years, what we can do to give relief to the most vulnerable. After 20 years, condition will deteriorate further. So then we'll have to think what more. But ultimately, that is the solution. You have to cut down, you have to go out of this. You are raising hand and then go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about 10 to 15 years back. We had this passion in Ahmedabad during the summer, everybody would sleep on the terrace. Now that has completely disappeared because you cannot bear the heat at night also.
So nights are not major cities, built up cities, heavily built up cities. One reason, as I said, is the moisture. So even if you are coming,
The callers come for lunch, so we are coming for lunch.
the last question.
Therefore, the solution would be to focus more on mitigation and ultimately having a balance between mitigation and adaptation basis on a longer term basis, right?
100%. The mitigation is a must.
More on mitigation.
Adaptation is what we immediately can do.
Yes.
Particularly for survival of the people at the bottom.
So, thank you so much. We'll meet again at sharp at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much. So, we have learned more about what is humidity, what is temperature, how these two affect our own target group, which is the poor and the vulnerable. So, I'm sure that this talk has inspired us and made us deep thinkers, that we are able to bring out some possible solution, not more towards the adaptation, but more towards mitigation, as Father Dias said. Okay, to the online viewers, we thank you for accompanying us. Yesterday it was almost 210 who have been viewing it online through YouTube, and today I see around 205 people are viewing it. Consistently, there are 100 people, 150 people who are viewing it. Thank you for joining this moment where we are working to reduce this climate change. I'm sure in one way or another we spread this awareness so that we are able to work together and take care of our target group, which is the poor and the vulnerable. Thank you. We see you at 3 o'clock. Delegates from all the province, zone, also Centric and Vista Capital. Just a photo. Stand up. Please, please. Yeah. Stand up. Good job. Sir, come. Where is Soumya? Where is Soumya? Soumya? Shut up. Just friendly. Soumya? Soumya? So, thank you and welcome back. Hope you have rested well, slept well. Yeah. So, in this session, we will get into a bit of group discussion. I suppose will be led by Samya, and he will explain to us what to do. So, we will get into that. A small display is put there. Some of the products made by Xavier Research Foundation. The activity is not sell the product and profit to XRF. The intention is that the idea and the science behind the research behind these products is to help the indigenous women that who are all making these products. So it is for them to help out to make it a big market. Just for you, giving you as a sample, you can go through. The price list is put. Those who like to buy it and experiment it, you're most welcome. But basically to help out our tribal women who will be making these things by sharing of our knowledge with them. Okay, thank you. Over to
Thank you and welcome back. Now what we'll do is split into maybe groups, not more than 5-6 person in a group. Because if it is too big a group, then proper discussion and representation will not happen. We'll break into groups, and what we will do is there are 3 or 4 things. One, whatever climate change impacts within that group, you have seen or experienced or got input from in your area. So in that sense, it would be better if we break into groups where people are there from nearby areas, not in a group, not too far, like maybe one part of Gujarat, that kind of thing. It's not too many different areas are represented here. I think Gujarat is there, Mumbai, some people will be there. So some grouping where similar kind of things would have been seen, experienced. So one is, what are the kind of climate change impacts in your interpretation? The climate change impacts you have seen, yourself seen, or somebody has reported, or you have, there was some other larger reporting. Second is, what any local group have adopted or their adaptive response was, what they have done on their own. Like during the discussion, some people were saying that, okay, we have seen Adivasi people doing this or some others doing this. In response to that particular, not going to actions which are not connected to that. What is the impact, or what are the impacts of climate change that you have seen? Second, what responses that the local people, whoever that might be, has given, what they have done in response to that. Like if there was a drought, if some local farmers would have done something, what is that? If they have done. The third is, what kind of responses the government or the state has given in response to that. What they have done, which is, if you know that. And fourth, very brief, what would be the best response in your understanding? In your group, you discuss a bit, what would be the best response? And again, we will be focusing on, not on very big sort of what industry would have done, how industry has suffered, not that kind of thing. Though there are issues by which industry also suffers, will be, or what the military might have suffered. Please don't go into that. There might be something. But basically, I'm talking about people's groups. That might be farmers, might be workers, might be ordinary middle class people there. So what kind of impacts you have seen, either personally or somebody has reported in your area. Second is, what people have done to respond to that, either in terms of awareness building, or in terms of adaptation, or in terms of even living. Like migration is a distress response. People do migrate out because of some of this. This happening, it is happening large scale. So that's also a response. It is not a desirable response, but it's a distress response. So there might be many. What they have done. Third, as I said, what the government of the state has done or responded with. And fourth is, in your understanding, what would be the best response keeping people's interest in the center. So these 4 quick points, and need not be very elaborate, but quickly on these 4. And you have to afterwards, just we'll have reporting from the East State, what they have experienced, what people have done, that is people's response and all this. So it's clear. So we can divide in groups. How do we do it? Maybe counting or in the same areas, if you can divide it yourself, because I will not know. State or within the state, if you have some close, like even within Gujarat, if somebody has come from Kutch, say Kutch and those areas, they can be one.
The Bombay and Bombay and Goa can also come. Pune can also come. And the social action of HDRC and SS can join. Yeah. So that will be one on. That will be 4, and also the South Gujarat will be 1. South Gujarat Jesuits along with the students. Yeah. Scholastic also can join. And the XRF staff along with the students of both botany and zoology, mainly the sociology and economics. Can sister, you join South Gujarat? For the Kennedy, you can join anywhere, go around. No, they are also coming to Gujarat. Maybe you can join them. Okay. More into social action, both of them. So they all for social action. I think, yeah, both of them fit there. Yeah. One of you please take down the notes to represent the what is going to come up with your sharing. Yes. Yes. This comes under one. Now South Is it okay to divide this group? Is it okay to divide the group?
Better divide.
What can be done is that, wait for the Lancy and you take up a couple of them and start with the discussion. But both dealing with the South Gujarat or tribal ethnic. Yeah, just come.
Area and subjects.
From the question. It's now 3:20 going to be, so we will wind up at 4 o'clock the discussion. Then we will have a report.
देवाशीष
एरिया में और वो पूरा मार्जिनलाइज्ड होगा। और जैसे सर ने बताया कि कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर और वेस्ट वर्कर को बहुत ज्यादा डाई हो रहे हैं, बढ़ जा रहे हैं। लेकिन इसके अलावा जो मेरे स्ट्रीट वेंडर हमने एरिया में जो 577 पीपल को इंटरव्यू किया और इसके अंदर जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर मतलब जो मोस्टली वुमेन्स थी ज्यादा जो लाड़ी लेके
Give some spike from in Mumbai, one of the main things is migrants. Again, many of them are migrants, and one of the major reasons for migration is again connected with droughts and get some Environment like
પરિસ્થિતિના ચરિત્રનો ગ્રંથમાંથી પાઠ
સમય ઘણો વીતી ગયો છે તેમ છતાં મારે જે
તો છોડી બતાવતું. આ શબ્દ છે કવિ રાજેશ વ્યાસના, જે ધર્મબંધુ પ્રતીક ઉપર ખૂબ સારી રીતે બંધ બેસે છે.
જો 209 મિનિટ ઓકે બહુ થઈ
Many of them take some so when you think then it is controlled by mostly by the or the landlords or the influential people, political interference.
यहाँ पे
ठंडू पानी ग्रास ड्राई ग्रास हाँ 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 वो पैडी का
Then green seed also they use and bread free shading. They cover with the leaves.
Drinking water, पीने के यूज ले रहे हैं वो अलग.
Instead of storing water.
So that
storing rainwater.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes बाकी है, please.
They don't go for the wood. So they try to only for housing. That is if they have 2 acres, they don't go for kitchen garden.
Thank you.
Sorry, for resident house.
We have around 2
सरकार को बिल्डर्स को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए करना ही पड़ेगा वेलनेस सेंटर जब से कोविड आया है तब सभी जगह जो प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना इसके अंदर
somewhere I saw that they have put water shade for the two-wheelers.
इंग्लिश में
Oh, they have right. I saw something.
ये बटन में पानी का डिटेक्शन प्लान का ये प्रोसेस
Which outcome has already time?
Okay, awareness. General awareness.
अभी लास्ट पॉइंट डिस्कस करेंगे
Hello. Hope you are finishing. Small change, we'll go for a tea because there is some hot snacks is waiting. Call has come, so first we'll go and eat some hot some things and come back. 4:30 we'll come back here. Leave the chair as they are. Those who come late may not get it. 4:30. ये मोड़ावे लोग ना मरता है.
Sister, number ना तो 25
Very
Chalo, along with the climate change, let us have a place change.
बना दिया आप तो मेजर है ना आप जाइए हम तो यूज नहीं हम तो यूज करते हैं वहां पे बेहतर
आज ये कलर किया
Yes.
चाहिए आपको चाय पी चाहिए चलिए चाय की क्या चाहिए फिर आप पीजिएगा है ना विजय चाय की
please do that suggestion in brief. So, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, any one group who is ready, instead of going by 1, 2, 3, 4, any group which is ready. Come here, present.
So good evening, everyone. This is from Bombay, Pune, and Goa. It's more of a symbolic presentation of all that has been discussed. So if you look at the middle part, first I'll explain what this drawing is all about, and then certain aspects. It's the eye, okay, which has got the tears flowing. That's the only thing that we can think of which is regular. You know, the plight of people, okay, the distress that we are going through, that's constant. But what is irregular is the rainfall. You know, so that is a symbolic representation over here. So here we have a dry land which representing drought, and also we have fishes in that, okay, wherein like the concept of fishing had come up, wherein not enough of fish is there for the localites. Okay, and also there are these dry plants, which means there's no proper yield, due to which there is migration. Then here we have a factory, okay, wherein we just put this kind of a finger, representing the government, the fossil fuels which are all used over there, excess of heat which is generated, and then we have some of those leaves over here and solar panels. These are all about the government interventions, and then whether they are useful or not, and what we could do. So that's how we have summarized all that has happened now. So to begin with, there's from Nandurbar side, we had crops failed, okay, due to drought, okay, not enough we get back as to how much we have done, because there's no timely rain. Then this whole concept of fishing from Uttan area, that monsoon is delayed, due to which the fishes are not enough for the localites. And there's a lot of garbage. And it was said that in the past there were you get 30 the net full of fishes, but now it's coming down to 2, okay, which is way too below. At the same time, there's a positive outcome in that, wherein more and more people are taking up to education and moving forward, and less of fishing. Then in the Nagar area, we experience a lot of drought, due to which there's poverty and unemployment and a lot of migration, both on a daily basis and also seasonal. And due to which there's a lot of debt which goes on, and people suffer from that. Then coming to the slums in Mumbai, again the small plots are used, but still there is no proper yield. And then there is erratic rains that we experience, and especially this particular year, the whole of June has gone by. Okay, you just get a sudden rainfall, and then afterwards a long prolonged period of dryness, okay, which is not good for the crops. In Goa, again, we have irregular rains and therefore no proper crops. And Mumbai has experienced heat tremendously. And then there are flash floods and storms. And then also the contributing factor would be a high lifestyle, which is not taking into consideration these and contributing to it. We see that government has come up with a number of interventions. For example, in the drought-strict area, Nagar, there are watershed managements which are implemented by a lot of NGOs. And also, however, these things also can be taken in another way, wherein people have gone more towards the cash crop and then not a sustainable agriculture. Then coming to the slums of Mumbai, we see a lot of government schemes are offered to people by providing them safety kits, self-protection and insurance. However, most of the people are not aware of these. Then in Mumbai, although rainwater harvesting is part of the housing unit and things, but it's not monitored well and it is not followed. Hence, we need to focus a lot on rainwater harvesting. In Nandurbar area, we see government interventions which has implemented drip irrigation, then awareness of crops that require less water, then watershed programs, and also they have given compensation. There is also tree plantation. However, in this tree plantation, it was realized that the municipality which gives the trees or saplings, which are not of the local area, but rather they have promoted other things which are banned by some other states, which could be cancerous or poisonous. And then in the urban forest, there are a lot of terrace gardens which are being promoted, and a lot of awareness is required for the schemes that are there for the people to avail of. So these are the things that we have discussed, and I invite the group, if I have left out on any other topics, that you can add on. Yeah, so that's it.
Also, like what we can do at local level is an awareness program. So he has said that save me. So how we can save ourselves to have certain programs, awareness programs. Otherwise, I think he has said everything. Thank you.
Also, since we spoke about these terrace garden and solar, how is it regularized? Who is benefiting from it? That was the biggest question. Even rainwater harvesting and all. Like, okay, once you do it, but who are the beneficiaries? Are the poor really included or not? That is also a major concern over here. Over the fishing. Any questions, clarifications?
Anyone has any questions, probing questions or clarificatory questions or suggestions? Anyone? Think a bit deeply.
If we go by the questions that are given, the second part we couldn't touch because what people have done, that does not come apparently.
What you have said without probably giving that.
Migration.
Migration is a response. It is a distress response, but is it a response? It's not a response which will improve the situation there, but they themselves are going out of risk area. But what in your opinion would be better responses? That because awareness is a very vague thing. What in your opinion, in your understanding, would be better responses? That part.
Okay, so yeah, in terms of migration, it was discussed that there are agents who come into play. Okay, so it was decided that these have to be registered, they have to be looked into. Also in terms of fishing, there is a middleman who's involved in it, wherein all the fishes which have come, they're not reached the local, but rather it's been transported or exported elsewhere, and therefore there is a need of they themselves processing the food and coming up with a byproduct of foods like pickle and things like that for their own self-employment, and also to be registered, wherein this kind of a mishappenings can be avoided.
That is your
Yeah, could be ideas.
That's what was listed out in the first.
Is it a partial migration or the permanent one?
Both the ways, that's what there are daily wages which happens at the same time seasonal one also is happening. So it is predominantly in the Pune area.
Any other immediate questions or suggestions?
No, I think the government needs to do something more to encourage solar energy because with this time of day calculation, etc., it becomes very difficult for somebody who has invested a lot in solar to reap the benefits as we were doing before. Before you would get the full amount of electricity generated you would get the benefit of that. But today they are calculating all sorts of TOD, time of day, generation, etc. So your benefit from solar comes down. So I think given the fact that we have to get rid of fossil fuels, everything to encourage solar energy should be done, which I think the government is not doing. It's favoring more the fossil fuel industry rather than the other alternative industry.
Anything good suggestion?
Just adding to what Fraser says, the laws, the policies of the government has not been effective. For example, in the case of a drought, there are various measures government are taken or other agencies, but then you see in the case of water, there is a lot of politics around the water because the water which is underneath is controlled by the landlords, the people who are at the lower line area. The water is not equitably distributed to the poor and the marginalized. They still continue to suffer. So even watershed or water harvesting can help you in a big way, but yet it is disproportionately benefited by the people. It is not equitable. So therefore, the poor people continue to suffer because there are rules for the groundwater laws and are there, but they are not being effective. So that need to be, and also the change of the attitude, because you said if I have got water in my land, I am the owner of that property, it belongs to me. So you are not ready to share with the others. So that is an important aspect.
Do you have any response to that?
Member.
Okay.
So he's just adding on to it.
So if there are no other, I have several, but I will reserve that. If any other question is not there, then we can go to the next group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our group is mixed. We two sisters are from Aravali, others are working in the NGO who are working in Ahmedabad and other parts of the cities. So here we have written like climate change and its impact. So first when we shared, so it is just like a circle going round, just like a farming. So as I am coming from Aravali and as sir said, like crop is decreasing. And as we are doing, we have got 6 acres of land there. We too do the cultivation of makai and wheat for the children. So this year what I saw last 2-3 years, that the crops, which is wheat, is becoming very fine. And means it is what product we used to get before, like a 151 or 200, it has become very less. So that's why in the villages also we can see that there is no proper crop is coming. Means many places, because of less water, if there is no proper rain, so there is no enough water in the villages. So that's why for the one crop of wheat, which they take in month of October, so there is no enough and sufficient water to give it the field. So that's why the wheat quality has gone down, and most of the men, they migrate to Ahmedabad and Sanand. So here we can see when they are migrating to the cities where they stay in the slums, where it is polluted by the chemicals. So when they come back, we can see the skin disease. So many of them are facing the skin disease, and also those who are working in the cities, because of heat, they are not able to work for 8 to 7 hours with what we expect. So like morning hours they work, evening hours, especially sir was sharing, like women, those who are working, like stitching the clothes or anything. So whole day they are not able to do few hours, and that's why there is a decrease in the work. Another one thing is there, I told about migration. So migration is affecting the education of the children. When they migrate, some of them they put the children in the boarding, some of them they carry the children along with them. That's why there is the children are not being educated. And in income burden, economic burden, as we see, like okay, whatever it is there, we sit under the fan. Or nowadays people like even though they are staying in the slums, they want to have like a small cooler. So let's see, like I want to buy a small cooler, so I may take little more money from the wherever I am working. So once again, that economic burden that falls on the those who are working there. So whatever they are earning, paying the electricity, it is like just a circle. We say like taking as we are sitting today, as you are going back for lunch, Father Noel, and we were discussing like this AC we are there, we are sitting inside, but whatever it is there outside, what heat is being produced, so it is more, it is adding into it. So like that, people when they are buying cooler or fan, it is more electricity that which is generated. And underwater, that is where many places, in our places, so we have seen like so many places people have got the borewells. In our place itself, we have got 3 borewells, but now when other people are building their houses, there is no water in the bore. So 3 borewells are there. There is no water only except in the well. So like that in the villages, so many people they dug the well, but there is no water. So same we see in the cities, like many places they are digging the borewells, but there is no water. So these are the issues that people face because of the climate change. So here it is that what is the people's response? So like a rainwater harvest, many places in our places, so in the cities especially where they are building new buildings, so they are having like a collecting for the terrace water and like a rainwater harvesting. Putting, father was saying, putting hay and green sheets on the roof. Like in the villages, some of the places like just for the cooling, they are putting the hay or green. So storing rainwater for the whole year. When sir is working, he was saying there are few families are there. They store rainwater for the whole year. So which is being used only for the drinking. So some these drums they fill, which is rainwater. This is being used for the whole year. And use of vermi compost for the kitchen gardening and promotion of organic farming. This is what the people are responding, and what when we are working with the people that we have seen. And this is a government response. Okay, we say that governments respond what we have seen, but how much they are doing we don't know. But at least means like this like tree plantation, then water facilities for the laborers, solar giving the subsidy those who are putting solars in the houses, then health and wellness centers are there in the city, then general awareness on heat waves and heat action plan and sprinkling water. I don't know how much government is doing, but what our social workers are going around and saying, that's what we have discussed. And what is our response, like organic farming, water harvesting, tree plantation, and increase solar energy usage that we can encourage in the people. Thank you. If my
See, what we were discussing was that how it is impacting people. For example, from the villages, suppose there is no, the crop is failing and they are not able to cultivate more. So because of that, the migration takes place. And then they are forced to go in search of work in the cities or even nearby and all those things. And because of all these things. Even in the villages, what they do is to cope up with this, what they adapt is that they try to, buy more fans for the house, and then they start using, a lot of all these things. So in order, because of that, the electricity usage increases, and therefore they have to pay for that. So then economic burden comes. So it goes on like that. And some places they also try to, some cooler or extra fans, all those things. So that also, so in a hafta, so that means in installment they have to pay. So because of that, another burden also comes, and therefore they are not able to pay the fee of the for the students and all. So it goes on like that. So it keeps increasing, and people are not able to listen, and that's why the migration takes place. There also they are having all the other problems. So for that only, so whatever they are trying to adapt, they are doing, but it is not enough.
So any other group wants to have a question or suggestion in terms of what could have been done or could be done, can be done? Any other groups? 4 other groups?
What here, the solar, this one, the government is promoting, encouraging, because they are giving subsidies, not for organizations, NGOs, but then for individual also they are doing one. And then in Ahmedabad, during summer, they go around sprinkling water on the road or the environment. So that is also is happening. So that's what we have.
एक इसमें बेस्ट रिस्पॉन्स की जो लास्ट से बात हुई है उसमें एक ऐड करना चाहती हूँ कि जो 2030 तक स्लम फ्री सिटी अहमदाबाद जो सूरत सब जगह डिमोलेशन चल रहा है स्लम का, तो वो लोग अलॉटमेंट नए मकान कर रहे हैं आरओ पॉलिसी के तहत 2010, 2013, 2016 के तहत। तो वो जो मकान बना के दे रहे हैं उनको 4 माले, 7 माले, 12 माले, अभी 14 माले का भी सरोवर बिल्डर आ गए जो अहमदाबाद की बात करी। तो पर्यावरण को, क्लाइमेट को लेके अगर गवर्नेंस हमारी वो जो मकान बना के दे रही है उनको पर्यावरण सुरक्षित वाला मकान बना के दे, ना कि उसका जो कंस्ट्रक्शन एक रिस्पॉन्स हम लोग उसमें एडवोकेसी में जा सकते हैं कि वो उनको वेंटिलेशन के साथ, वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के साथ अभी गैस वगैरह तो अलॉट कर रही है, तो ये भी हम लोग अंदर ले सकते हैं।
रिकमेंडेशन जो
और हमारे टीम से ही है, मगर ये सभी के लिए होता है कि सोलर के लिए हम लोग इंक्रीज करने के लिए यूसेज बोल रहे हैं, मगर गवर्नमेंट भी इसमें सब्सिडी दे रही है, मगर वो सब्सिडी पे करने के लिए जो फर्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट देना रहता है वो लोगों के पास तुरंत नहीं होता है। जब उनका नंबर लगता है कि मुझे सोलर का बिल मिलने वाला है, मगर उस टाइम पर उनके हाथ में पैसे नहीं होते वो पे कर देंगे, तो वो एक चैलेंजेस आता है सब्सिडी।
Like even earlier group and this group also, one question is like both of you pointed to crops failing or lack of water. Is there any examples where people like you have talked about water harvesting for drinking? Is there any application there which is visible on farm water harvesting? Because 2016, Government of India launched a national scheme called Farm Ponds, Farm Pond Scheme. And in Maharashtra, this was called, I am forgetting the name, Mange Talab something. When you ask for a pond, we will give you a pond. Small farm pond. And that is a very good drought response. Of course, this was implemented very badly. So we did some field district studies with it in Maharashtra. Is there any such response visible?
Yes. Yes, there are Khet Tarawdi, that's what we call, and it is quite a many places now. Father Francis has done in his own farm. There are, I think, 3-4 Tarawdis he has already made. And the problem, the challenges for these things, one is the land, because people are holding very, little land, so they are not able to, give one. But wherever the government has done, okay, in that since the government land they have done, but they are not taking care of it. So once it is done, every year the water comes, then afterwards, after a few years, it gets filled. Mud and all that thing, and they are not, repairing it. And that's why, again, the soil erosion takes place and all those things. So that's thing. Wherever the privately, those who have taken interest and they have done, it is there. But it's, counting very few. So that, yes, but failed, and a lot of challenges are there in that. Yes, I think we need to promote that.
That, and there are other very simple methods where you don't need to leave a land for the farm pond. In fact, water harvesting in the field is very easy if you break along the contours. There are many methods, simple, very low cost methods, because even a farm pond costs some money. Of course, the government has a subsidy, but for those methods like contour trenching, contour plantations of non-spreading grasses, there are many things which improves the soil moisture. So I think I have also not seen it applied too much.
Yeah.
Though these are very well known, maybe these can be good responses in increasing farm productivity. Challenge of drought or less rainfall can be addressed.
Yeah.
I saw that in Rajasthan also that government has done for those who are the bigger farmers, but not the poor in the villages. So those schemes are not reaching to the village level.
What your suggestion is about? Like earlier you said awareness or connectivity.
Yeah, so I think directly we need to talk with the panchayat maybe to go, because awareness we give to the people, but people still they are backward, so they are not able to go and interact with the people. So we need to give more awareness towards people.
So your question, see, there are a number of studies have done on this farm pond. So what the people of government has said, Margate Kala Kshetra. So scheme. But then you see, after making this farm pond, then people put a plastic sheet on that. So what do the farmers do? They have a well or borewell, from there they pump it and keep it for the summer. So that is not really a thing. But we have original idea of farm pond or the watershed, integrated watershed management idea was to conserve every drop of water. So that the entire area is covered according to the geographical condition of the land, scientifically done. So it is not only just a farm pond where by 20 by 20 or whatever size that the government approves it. So it is not a very limited thing. But if you do an integrated watershed development program, then the whole village benefits. So who can afford to make a farm pond is also big economic cost involved in it. So it's a big investment. So if we do integrated watershed management program, every person in that village benefits. Also, the neighboring villages also benefit. So it's not just one person or one farmer or one particular village. So indirect beneficiaries also will be much more. So therefore, this watershed management program has been very effective. Only problem is that the equitable distribution of water is still a problem that needs to be addressed because of lower and rules.
One is like you have done, individual farm ponds, because that people take more care. If it is, unfortunately, if it is a collective thing, then people can go and take care, let somebody come in. So that is also a major problem. But anyway, these are all suggested.
One more response could be that, recharge your borewell. So that is also another thing. I think some in Gujarat we have done some of the places, and still we are trying to do more. Even in my own place where I am already doing 2 borewells, how to recharge the rainwater. So these type of responses, I think.
Okay, fine.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm Hiten from South Gujarat. So the first question was, what is the impact? So the first drastic change in temperature. So the 10 years before, there was the temperature that was at less, but nowadays you can see the temperature has gone high, and because of that there is a water shortage, and because of that the education is being affected. The hostels and the schools have been shut down, especially in South Gujarat. And there is a drastic change in monsoon. The earlier monsoon used to begin in month of June. Now it has been now June, July. So there's a drastic change you can see. And more people are falling sick, and the government that do not have any record of this, the people that take their own medicines or whatever, or if they are admitted in the hospital, they are not taken care by the government sometime, or the data has been not been given. The length of summer has increased, so you can see that. And now the people can take only one crop because the summer has increased. So because of that, the farmers, they are taking only one crop. Earlier they used to take two crops where they can use water or whatever, but now the bore wells and some other things, they have dried up. So what is the people's response? So they have started rain water harvesting in some cases, or they are using now ACs, whatever they have, and traditional ways of dealing with heat stress. So they are using. So what is the response of government? So we already discussed the government has built a Khet Talawdi or the farm tanks. Then government has built check dams or some things. The responses. So we need to understand the signs of ourselves and help others. Reducing climate change impact by concrete steps in our lives. Less concrete over the soil, unnecessary cutting of trees, less use of ACs and use of public transport. Thank you. Father is there.
Sorry. Any inputs, any additional thing, Father? Or anyone of you? Like I also like to say, like that, use some traditional methods. What are those methods? Like you said, dealing with heat, people are using traditional. What exactly they are using?
Last year I was in one of the mission stations in South Gujarat. So there, at the time of board exams, children were eating some leaves, and they said that it does not, when you eat these leaves, it does not affect our bodies in a heat manner. So if you eat them, the sunstroke and all that does not harm them. So they can do better. Also, father was sharing about some that Kesudana full also, and loo utarva માટે ને. So there is one suplu, you put cold water and there is some traditional way to remove the sunstroke. So those methods are being used.
So any other groups, are there anyone else who wants to either ask a question or suggest something? There are a lot of common issues that are coming. Lot of common issues, and as far as we know, lot of solutions do exist in various scales, like including very small to large. Like some you said community level, village level, or even watershed level, but some even at individual. So any suggestion from anyone else? Question, suggestion?
Suggestion,
Fancy louder.
yeah, one of the things is that, I think what we see here also is that we need to understand the science of it properly ourselves, right? But when we understand it ourselves, then we are able to communicate that science to others. Today, a lot of things are said, and AI, कुछ भी होते हैं, could be, but सच क्या है पता नहीं, हाँ, okay. So we need to understand ourselves, communicate to others, because in the villages, whatever, if you see, people, there is upward mobility, this upward mobility, people are trying to come up, and then they are imitating basically what we are doing. So if we have houses where we have ACs in every room, they are going to imitate that. If we are putting gardens where we are putting cement and covering the soil, they are doing that. The way we are cutting trees, okay, people are imitating that because they think we are educated and we know better. So the example that we set, the type of that message that we give is also as important as what we say, what you say, but actually what we do is carries a stronger message. And for that, it's important that we understand good science. The point that you were making is that traditionally people have, because temperature fluctuation is not a new thing. So people, and that's there. Perhaps also we need to talk to the older generation of people. They will tell you stories of how the heat fluctuates and what are the solutions that they had at that time. Because it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So one of the fathers who was sick, and he said, give him water to drink and all, and the ladies in the kitchen said, no, nothing doing, nothing. So what he said, that what the sir was saying that we don't come. So then they said, no, instead of that you come, we will treat you that way and we will give you this thing. So they have their traditional ways, they have their understanding without using the word relative humidity and all, but they have certain understanding. And there may be a lot of wisdom in some of that. So they were talking of a number of plants that we will make this cold drink and give you and that one and all. I thought I would find out that I would move from there. So there are traditional ways of what they eat and drink, which I think are very interesting and may help us also in our time. That's what I think they were talking about.
So I think many groups have talked about this. So one agenda that can be seen clearly, like you were saying, is trying to document what the traditional wisdom and knowledge about that area was, and also to try it out. Because I have also seen in many places, some of these do work, some don't work. Some are actually superstitions, some really do work. So you cannot just take it and apply it, but collection of local traditional wisdom about dealing with, say, drought, heat, all of this can be collected and then tried out so that this can spread. Because most of these are very low cost and local resource based methods. But also the other point you raised, today I am saying this because this is one area which is not coming up. Today it is very, very possible, very much possible that, see why I am saying this, one change that has happened due to climate change is two things. One is unpredictability of weather. A lot of people have talked about unpredictability. When there used to be rain, no rain. Suddenly you are having a sudden extremely heavy rain. But also localization of rain.
Yes.
That's one thing we are noticing all across. Earlier, rainfall means large area. Now, here is a rainfall, 3 kilometers away, it's dry. So, this localization and the monsoon, the IMD cannot deal with that. IMD don't have stations so close. They have one station in 2-3 districts, maybe one district. And a district might be 6,000, 7,000 square kilometers. So today it is very much possible to monitor the climate and the weather basically, at a local level, and based on that you can have projections, immediate projections. So we have been doing this with some Maharashtra groups. So one this Yusuf Meherali Center, one is proposed, another Sane Guruji Ashram, another is proposed. One in Kolhapur is proposed, so they are very interactive, so that local people know
what their area weather is going to be likely to be. Like even IMD cannot predict with 100% certainty. So these small stations, which cost around 18 to 20,000. So people are collecting money and establishing that, and 1 or 2 persons are being trained how to read that and what is the local method of communication of that. Understand? Today, with localization of weather, this is I think one of the major requirements for farming, loss of farm products. Like if the product is ready, the crop is ready, and there is a heavy rain, these people don't do everything goes. But I have seen that year after year, last year also in Rajasthan and Gujarat. That is one possibility where, as you said, the knowledge about the changing climate and monitoring and the scientific knowledge can also come in, and the traditional both this. So if there are no other questions or suggestions, okay, thank you very much.
The most decorative question. Wow. One side is
We'll have to see the content.
Come one side. One side is
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. The region that we've chosen is Ahmedabad, as we all are from Ahmedabad, and major emphasis is on the urban part of Ahmedabad. So, as we know that Ahmedabad is landlocked from all the 3 sides, it is away from the sea coast, so it faces really extreme weather, be it extreme winters or extreme summers. As we see that the climate change is occurring on a very rapid note in Ahmedabad, as the temperature is increasing and the weather is getting really unpredictable, and it is affecting the life of the common people. So now that we're in July, Ahmedabad has a historical monthly average of 190 millimeters to 235 millimeters of approx rainfall. But now that we observe that even though we are in July, we still do not see rainfall in a lot of parts of Ahmedabad. I remember a few days back, one of my peers kept a story on Instagram which showed rainfall, and I had to ask them where was the rainfall, because in my area the rainfall was not there. So as Sir said, the weather has become very much localized. So now coming on the impact of the climate change. So the extreme usage of automobiles and appliances such as air conditioners and the heat that has been radiated from the infrastructure is causing a lot of extreme heat. Like as Sir said, air conditioners, they compress the air outside and they just give out cold air inside the houses of people, but the hot air is expelled outside. So it causes a lot of heat. So it's that we are, the person who is inside the room, he is getting the cold air, but the people who are outside have to face the wrath of the hot air. Also, we see higher temperature and frequent heat waves. And one more thing, that is early monsoons. This year it is not there, but I remember that in the month of February or March, when we were preparing for our exams, we had a lot of storms in Ahmedabad, and it was not the time of storms. I expect storms to happen right now, but we had a lot of thunderstorms in the month of February, so the weather has become really unpredictable. The AQI is worsening. This is one of the major things that I have noticed. Coming from South Gujarat, I'm from Surat, but I see that in Surat the AQI is pretty moderate. But in Ahmedabad, I see the AQI goes up to 400 or 450 in a lot of times. Also, one more thing that I want to emphasize is on the groundwater depletion and the high TDS. So why this happens is basically due to extreme heat. When the groundwater is evaporated, the water that gets evaporated, it is gone, obviously. And the water that we are left with underground has a higher TDS. and it causes a lot of drinking water problems in people who are dependent on that source. And also heat stress on gig workers, as we had already discussed, because obviously people keep ordering stuff online and they really don't think about the time when they're ordering. If you're hungry, you order stuff at 2 p.m. in the afternoon or maybe 4 p.m. when it is extremely hot, and they have no other option but to deliver it to your doorstep, and they have to face heat while they have to reach your houses. The second point that I want to discuss is people's response. So people have started engaging in community water harvesting. I have personally seen a lot of people who have these huge tanks above their houses. Whenever it rains, they open those tanks and the rainwater gets collected so that they don't have to depend on the monsoon very much. Although the people I have seen who do this come from wealthy backgrounds, people with less resources still tend to face the issue of water shortage. Uh, one more thing that I've noticed is that government runs water banks and buttermilk stations. I mean, that is one of the thing one of my group members mentioned. And also, as sir said, we can also use the technique of whitewashing the rooftops. I want to share an incident where I was in South Gujarat again, and I was walking through a path where shoes were not allowed, and those people were painting that pathway in white color, and it actually reduced heat so much, so significantly, because it was at least this much part that was painted white, and the other area was bricks and all. So if you stepped to that area without shoes, it was really hot, and if you were here, it was painted white, so it was really cool to walk on that. And the last thing that I want to emphasize is on the how I think when I was going out, one of the sirs mentioned that workers and street vendors are altering their times to work. As I've observed in my city, a lot of cleaning people, the government municipality people, they come to clean roads at night because it is comparatively cooler and it doesn't hurt them. So yeah, that's it.
Good evening, everyone. Today I want to discuss the measures the government has taken to tackle the challenge of climate change in Ahmedabad. The first, as Sir mentioned, was the Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan. The government has also taken initiative to spread awareness through the people, through hoardings, through radios, through news channels, where they're given information about the risks and what they can do to take precautions and avoid the extreme effects of heat and climate change. The second was the government has also taken initiative to build blue and green infrastructure, which is oxygen parks and eco parks. They've also installed digital pollution boards, which basically tell people the AQI that day. They've also installed water sprinklers on traffic lights so that while people wait for their turn to go, they can be cooled down a little bit while they wait under extreme heat. They've also distributed some special cooling jackets to traffic personnel to keep them cool as they work under the direct sun. Now coming on our plans or opinions about what could be the best response for target or vulnerable groups. It's that the government should provide free, ample, and good drinking water, and they should also provide ORS to these groups. As Sir said, they can be quite expensive for them to buy on a daily basis. Also, the government should provide some financial support to people who are affected due to extreme weather. Then we would propose a ban on unnecessary, untargeted glass infrastructure, which can be enacted through enacting some strict building codes, and then installing rainwater systems so that the vulnerable or low-income areas have some free and secure water supply. That's all from my side.
Anyone from the group wants to add anything? There are quite a number of.
We got together.
I know. I'm saying if they have forgotten and recall something, or even want to add something. The two of you.
One more thing that I want to mention is that when we mentioned about banning untargeted glass structures, we said it because glass structures act like a second sun because they are very reflective. So although it might not affect you when you are inside, but the glass really reflects, and it can cause problems in people's eyesight, or it just radiates too much heat.
So any other groups? Any questions, suggestions? Like they have said something which the government is doing. I have questions on that and also actions, but any please.
Government, there is law about tree cutting and taking permission to cut trees. Whether there is any law for the government that they have to cut trees, because the way it is done now, and then our good Home Minister, 12th of July, whatever, they say they are going to plant on a single day 1 crore trees in Ahmedabad. So now, where is the government? And all of us are sitting quiet and looking and listening to this story that is being told to us. So, is there not a serious problem of
just hold up, Mother Secretary has.
Yeah, I'm glad that our young students have highlighted so much of what the government is doing. And I think it is important for us to be aware of this, at least where the propaganda is concerned. But in reality, how much this comes. Say sprinklers at the signals, traffic signals. I've been in several traffic signals on a two-wheeler during summer, okay, and I've not experienced a single one. See, a lot of this is in theory, okay, it doesn't come down into practice. And as Father Lancy has just said, what is the law of now? Now in this great Nicobar, you'll have to be concerned about it. They are going to destroy hundreds and thousands of trees from a very special tropical forest. And where is the conscience of the nature? They are saying they'll plant trees elsewhere in a different part of India. A lot of the government thinks that the average citizen is a moron, and very often we behave like morons. Okay? And we just accept on face value. Theoretically, there is a lot of good intentions, but the way to hell, we say, is also paved with good intentions. We have to do our things, our own, this whole question of garbage. There is a big man, an Iron Man from Bangalore, who has done plenty about the garbage in Bangalore. And everyone was blaming each other. Then he began. There's a whole, it's called the ugly city. But I think we have to do things individually, collectively, which is very important, but also be a kind of a monitoring mechanism to see where the government's theory is put into practice. Yeah, and we have to be alert citizens. This is not against the government, but ensuring that the desires and needs and the ambitions are made into reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens.
So, if I'm allowed, can I mention one thing? So, about sprinklers, I've heard it in theory, as Sir said, but I've not seen it either. But in my city, where I live, I've seen sheds at traffic signals. Green sheds have been placed at traffic signals for people to be, so that they can escape heat for some time. But yeah, exactly, about sprinklers, I've seen them on the TV, like they are, I think, placed at places like Delhi, but I think it's not implemented at places like Ahmedabad.
In some sort of place, they have things. Maybe happening.
I have suggestions or questions afterwards. Any other please?
नहीं ये जो अहमदाबाद का बता रहे हैं अच्छा बता रहे हैं लेकिन इसमें पश्चिम अहमदाबाद और पूर्व अहमदाबाद इस तरह का जो भेदभाव है वो यहाँ दिखता है। हम लोग अहमदाबाद में रहते हैं तो जो विकास दिखते हैं पर्यावरण को लेकर के, क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर के, उसको ज्यादातर पश्चिम अहमदाबाद नदी के उस पार में ये सब ज्यादा प्रोग्रेशन किया जाता है। नदी के इस पार वो सब नहीं दिखाई देता है, वो सच्चाई है। साथ ही साथ अगर कुछ अभी नदी के इस पार सोनरिया ब्लॉक करके एक एरिया है बापू नगर में, वहाँ चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब का एक कार्यक्रम था, उसमें 150 झाड़, बड़े बड़े झाड़ थे, उसको काट दिया गया, खाली 1-2 घंटे का कार्यक्रम था। तो वो नीति नहीं है सही। इंग्लिश में कोई किसी को बोलना हो तो बोल दीजिए, मेरी बात
regarding the class buildings, like not only of Ahmedabad but in across different cities, I think also one of the major issue about glass buildings is it's assumed that most of those glass buildings are centrally AC, means the entire building is AC for 365 days of the year. Now in many cities, I assuming that maybe a few months you may actually be needing AC kind of compulsorily or whatever. But for many other months of the year, you do not really require an AC. But those glass buildings which are totally sealed means 365 days of the year, the entire building has to have AC. So I think that is a big question about the waste of energy and so on with these AC buildings. Yeah. So I want to appreciate the students because first of all, as I said at the beginning, they took interest on their own and landed up here. And I could see them from the beginning with a very active participation here. So one of the ways that you could do also is to become the eco-leaders, the eco-friendliers, where you motivate many of your students, your companions, your friends, hold them to this goal and tell them what you can do with the campus of Zegas. First of all, even if you can motivate them to put on the lights and fans after the lecture, itself is a big thing. And if you make sure that in the canteen, if you see some of them throwing the plastic just anyway, tell them there is a facility there, please put the plastic, we will recycle them. And then connect with your subject, economics, botany, connect with environment and make a show during the break, conscientize them, sensitize them. That itself will be a great boost to the college and to the environment.
Actually, Xavier, we don't need, actually, Xavier, the campus is in such a way that we don't need too much student attention there. Because we already have a different power system there. We have animals, there's like...
Yeah. So the point you are making is that making the students more aware of.
Yeah.
Also, as students know, environmental science, Supreme Court has made environmental science compulsory for every university student to study in this country. No? And I'll tell you, I've been teaching for several years. They are teaching the same syllabus which we taught 10 or 15 years ago. And what you are learning. No, so what I'm saying is, no, so there must be pressure from the students, no, to you read out the syllabus and give the college down. You follow what I'm saying, no? And what are the things that you think we need to know, which are important because they're impacting poorer people, no? So this type of thing will make a tremendous difference. And you have actually, NEP is supposed to be this type of thing where art students study science and whatever sociology students study that. So there is tremendous scope for doing this, but you know, the system will change very slowly and it will change faster if, you know, you get interested and push the system to change. There's a lot of scope within the educational system and need for the educational system to change. The young people need to start understanding what the problem is because remember, we are not here after 15, 20 years. No? The world is yours and the problem simply becomes more complicated.
Any other inputs or questions are there?
I am looking at slightly differs. Now, particularly for the urban area and affluent people,
they should be educated because they are the main cause of the climate change. Because they want more and more luxury, they want more and more water usage, and they are spending everything. Most of the money from the government, 60-70% of money is spent for the 10% of the actual people, even in case of the infrastructure development. And so this is my main requirement that the people should understand that any problem to be solved.
Some of these are very broad observations, not really immediately targeted to your group. But I have a few observations, and that also happens to be true for other groups. One is like what Father Cedric has pointed out. Many of these, see, I have studied the Ahmedabad election plan. I found a huge number of false statements. Like one I gave example. Ahmedabad said, yes, we have done plantations. And the satellite image shows there is additional tree cover. But that's all in Paldi area. I mentioned this. The poor people, the working class, live not in Paldi. You know which area is what. So in their areas, there is absolutely nothing. So it is again a very class oriented. Like you said, most of the investment, which is public money, where every poor person has contributed her or his tax money, even you are paying tax, GST, etc. That is going for little bit of improvement in posh areas, high cost areas. So one thing that we started, I did some discussions in both Delhi group and Chennai or Tamil Nadu group. So 2 public audits have been started. Like all these claims, Delhi government also is claiming we have set up so many cooling centers. We are providing water and wares, etc., free. So around 6 people, 5 women and or 4 women and 2 men or 3 men, they are now silently going in Delhi, not making halla, going around, verifying what areas this have been set up. Are the all are available or not? They have purchased thermohygrometers. Okay, and they are monitoring what is the temperature and the humidity outside and inside. How many people are coming? They are not announcing this. So they are going there, doing the study and document. So plan is after a little bit to publish it and hold the government accountable. Similar exercise, not so elaborate, in our group, started in Chennai. Some people showed interest. So both the groups I had consultation. One 3-hour consultation. What needs to be done, how it can be done. And Chennai, they are also monitoring public parks. The government claimed, the Chennai municipal corporation claimed, our parks are open from 5 AM to 8 PM. But when our team went for auditing, public audit, they found the Morning Workers Association, after 9 AM, when the upper class people, they finish their morning work, they are putting lock and key on the park gates, saying that ye log aage ganda kare. And this is found even in this. So you can have, the government can have a lot of claims. Many of these need to be publicly audited. But public auditing is very easy. Only thing people have to spend time and effort. And then collectively, if you do it for some days, in some of the areas, not every area, particularly whether these measures are being targeted to poor people, working class people, or these are like in Thane, like you said about shade. On the road junction, there is a shade, a green fence. But in the working class areas, there is nothing. So the cars are being given shade. Of course, the bikes also. But people who have to walk or cycle, nothing possible. So this kind of public audit, what he said, to hold the government accountable to what they are taking. Like Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan also claims that they have done a lot of non-roofing, this white painting, etc. But if you go and actually check, like our groups have done in Ahmedabad also, the wastewater, women wastewater, Ahmedabad you might know, women are the major wastewaters. They are go with the truck, do one truck, come back. There is absolutely no shade where they sit. Once they come back, they have to sit in the hot sun, no shade, till they go out again. So many of these claims fall flat if you actually do a ground level public audit. That can be a good effort, and which will lead to improvement in the implementation of it. So I think we have finished all the groups. One more thing.
So we are another group from the South Gujarat part, and we're just 18, 19-year-old students. We have not been exposed to the world till now. So this is, at least we have little knowledge from here. This is the little that we have observed, and with the help of sister and father, we have written a few little points. And the first thing I want to talk about is the climate impacts. The first one.
We look at the poster also.
Okay. So from what we have observed is the heat waves that we are experiencing. Okay. So earlier we didn't used to have this much temperature in summers, but these days it is really hard to work or even travel in summer. So what we see that because of the heat waves in the daytimes, the farmers, the laborers, the construction workers, all of them don't work in the day. They take rest in the day and they work in the night. Because of which we are also getting disturbed because of the noise pollution and everything. They put extra lights, extra energy is used to work at night. But because of the heat waves, just because of the heat, they take rest in the day to take care of themselves. Next thing we see, what are the people's response regarding this? Okay, because of the heat waves, what farmers and what people are doing in the village is all the people who have cattle at their home or in their field, they put extra fans to keep them safe, their cattle. Earlier this was not needed actually.
Pet dogs are AC now. Pet dogs are AC.
They have ACs too, as father is saying. So again, more heat is produced because of more energy is used. Next we'll talk about what is the government's response. So all these changes due to the climate change, we see that the farmers face destruction of their crops, and because of that, when they face this destruction, government provide them little money, and it was not done earlier, as we can see. So what farmers did is they posted pictures of their destructed crops, only then the government allowed that subsidies. And next, fourth thing, we want to talk about what do we understand from this and what government can do, what we can do. The schemes for the farmers to help, government can raise that schemes more and more. And the other thing is, as we see the UPHC hospitals, urban primary health centers, which we see around, okay, they give free medicines and ORS, but they give only when people are sick. They have to reach out. Okay, I am sick, please provide me medicines. But why not? They can give free ORS and water when there are heat waves. So that is something we understand that they need to understand and do. Yeah.
I want to add something, especially on the first one. What are the climate changes impacts we have seen or experienced ourselves or heard? When I went to South Gujarat, the first thing I heard was a drought in 1958. And that was the turning point in South Gujarat. It was terrible. And plenty of tribals died that time. In 1960s, when our missionaries came to that area to work, before there was no roads, no lights, no hospitals, no schools, nothing. Government had just abandoned the tribals completely. So that is the time we had begun our work. And so plenty of tribals had died because of hunger and thirst. And so that time our intervention was to give them food and then work for food for work. And that type of, and wells, all that type of things were done at that time as a response. And then during my time also, I realized when I was working there, again there were 2-3 years of drought. And that time the farmers were going to Bardoli and other areas like where there is water, rivers and all that. And they were going and collecting leaves for the animals to survive. They had enough rice at home, so they would eat only porridge morning and evening, and but night, like they would bring leaves of various trees and plants for their cattle to survive. So that is how they have managed the droughts in the past. And migration, and that also seasonal migration takes place because of the water and the heat, both. Because now I have heard that in some villages, men only are going out and women and children are remaining home because of the heat. And they just do the work, minimum work, and they come back with some money to manage their houses. And then we only are thinking of ourselves, but we have forgotten our animal kingdom. So for our Kiscolis, I made a drip irrigation there. And to my surprise, suddenly I would see pitchkaris coming out from everywhere, water sprayed. So I was wondering what is happening. So then I realized that Kiscolis were coming and drinking water from there. So then we made arrangements for them. We made almost 40 pots we kept all around our field for them to drink, for birds and for animals. And so that saved our this thing also. So that's how we can think about also our friends who are there in our campus. So that's all.
Are there any other members of this? So anyone else, either questions or suggestions or observations?
This also, just want to give my appreciation for them. They are from botany department, so they also took a lot of interest and they came. And I'm sure that with their mentors, they are also doing a lot of green initiatives. So one of the important program that they had was to exhibit all the medicinal plants. So like that, they carry a lot of activities. So just an appreciation for the students.
Anything else? Anyone? Like I heard about, okay. Anyone else want to please?
since the government wants the missionaries out, is the government making preparations to take care of the Adivasi Affairs go?
Since the government is bent on evicting the missionaries, is the government preparing to take over after the missionaries go? That's his question.
Good question. Good question.
Yes. That's a question to you. You are we don't know. Anyway, that's a broad question. Yes, please.
Since what we students, no, it's very important even what you are planting. Okay, and previously there has been wisdom for local people, even the type of trees that are planted. And today, as we are hopping the west, whether it is mobiles or vehicles, we are bringing in a lot of exotic trees which do not have the effect that our traditional trees have. We need to understand this very carefully. Now, America, I don't know something that America has banned certain species of trees which they brought from out because they are actually harming the environment. And the same applies to India. And many of you, quite a few of them are tribals. No? So there is an understanding that we have. That is very important for us to research that and to understand that. Our traditional what we call trees, and even the forest department doesn't understand this fully because we want trees which go fast. And most of the trees which go fast are Indian trees usually go slowly, our traditional trees. So there is important dimension which other people will not look at, but I think people will need to look at it. It will be a great contribution which will make to this study to sort of, control, to take care of the environment.
Anything else? Anyone? Please.
Different but connected question. First, congratulations to all our young students who presented it so well and passionately. The question is that when you go around in your college or the vicinity, do the people really feel that there is a climate emergency, or do you think that they are climate skeptics or agnostics? Not very sure. What is your impression on this? Because on that will depend our passion, for climate, for combating climate change. And this is a question to other students also.
We do think that people are not so aware about the climatic changes, and none of them, what we have seen, from what we have seen, they are not taking any steps because they are not aware only. And a small thing, in the starting, father showed the eco park that is made in partnership with Bisleri. Okay, I stay in the hostel. The eco park is just in front of me. Every morning, every evening, I still see garbage there. Plastic, tea, anything. None of them understand that how it affects the climate.
I have just two small points. One is, you talked about heat, people working in the night. Earlier also talked about that. And it is happening all across India. I mean, not only in India, many other countries, including Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, we have seen this. So, have you seen any response apart from drastically changing the working hours? Because that, apart from noise for others, even their own biological rhythm is completely disturbed. Because all human beings are tuned to sleep a little after dark and wake up when the light is there. That's a circadian rhythm.
Correct.
Okay, so that goes completely, regular night work. So is there any study on the health impact of that? Not immediate answer, but that's a pointer. The other point is like what father said about, I think you pointed out about trees. See, one very popular response is nobody plants a tree. No one plants a tree. Everybody plants a sapling. So in 15 years or 14 years, 12 years, it will become a tree or might not become a tree. You don't know. But also, the dry areas that you are mentioning, where there is very little groundwater or soil moisture, You know how much water goes out for one broadleaf full-grown tree by evapotranspiration in one day? You must be having an idea. Roughly 250 to 350 liters of water is lost every day in a hot day by evapotranspiration. So if there are very little ground moisture, water, then how will trees survive like that? Tree plantation, sapling plantation is very popular, but nature is not stupid. Why is there no broadleaf trees or big trees in Jaisalmer or Barmer? Because nature knows that, okay, trees will not survive here, cannot. But our thing is, okay, there is no tree, let's plant some trees. And broadleaf ones, not the needles. So that kind of, and as you were saying, understanding, awareness, maybe in your area, that's also one of the major agendas. Those who have come here, those few students and teachers, going back, maybe this itself can be an agenda. Build up a larger understanding on this and then act with knowledge rather than just impulse. Emotion is good, emotion is needed, but knowledge is equally needed. Understanding is equally needed. So that's my suggestion, both these areas, because this is a response by the people that they are changing the work hours. But let me also add this last point. Several years ago, the government adopted this. When there was a heat wave, the government said, okay, give 12 to 3 or 12 to 4 break. And that is the government response. The workers are losing 4 hours. So they have to add those 4 hours, adding working in the morning and evening. No one talks about compensation. They are adding 4 hours at the work site. Now, if you cannot go back and come again and go back and come again, it's very difficult. In Delhi, once we started with the Construction Workers Union in 2018, after negotiation, now for the construction workers, once the Delhi government is giving that okay, give a 4-hour break, the construction workers get a compensation. Same demands we have negotiated or talked about with NFF, the National Fish Workers Federation. Now they are raising this with the ministry, that whenever they are losing work days due to climate change, which is not their responsibility, they should be given a compensation that might not be fully equal to their pay, but a reasonable compensation. So those kind of agendas, right, to begin at least to understanding, because migration, changing from daytime work to nighttime work, these are responses, but these are not responses without health cost, with other cost. Like somebody with family living, going on a street in a city from their own home in a village has huge amount of cost. And there are documented cases how women are exploited in a city footpath and like that. Informal settlements or living in the open. So I think these needs to be brought up. And as you rightly said, very little awareness even among students in this institution. So there is a huge scope, at least from young students, to start among your peer group. Maybe after going back, you can organize amongst your classes, your peer group, something to build up understanding, build up the clear view, some compassion, some understanding and commitment. And I know that will not happen in one day, but at least somewhere you have to start. Like we have started something here, or maybe you started earlier in Ahmedabad with 2 interactions, and then we came here. So this should be taken up. But I think these are important issues that you brought up. But the responses, what your responses are, I have all of these sort of suggestions. So that's all for now. There are a lot of other points. I don't want to go into that. Please.
I would add one thing that the government is actually, in terms of water, a lot of more wells than digging for potable water. And But the negative side is that when I had gone there in '94, almost in all the villages, wherever they dug the bore well, around 30 to 35 feet they used to get water. Now 300 to 400 feet they're going. So it's just in the span of last 30 years, water tables going down.
Actually, this is called water mining. Because the water that you are taking out from 300, 400, 500 feet is not current recharge. It might have come 100 years ago or 200 years ago. So this is not a renewable resource. This is like mining. So, and the other problem of this deep borewells is the other. Hello. Okay. So the other problem is if you go deeper in borewells, it increases dramatically the chances of mineral contamination, like fluoride, arsenic. All of this contamination will come if you go deeper and deeper, because the water has to percolate through all the rocks. So then you have to add on the purification cost, which poor people cannot afford. So there is, like, these are some responses like pouring deeper and deeper, but this is not a sustainable response. Harvesting water, recharging to bring up that level is a much better solution than pouring deeper and deeper. So many of these are in the government department also, this understanding don't exist. In fact, I know a lot of foreign funded NGOs earlier in the 50s and 60s came in and say, okay, your surface water is polluted, so abandon that, go deep borewells. And then in eastern India, the problem of arsenic originated because it was deep boring. So these are issues that one needs to understand in any solution. I'm not saying as students you have to go everywhere, do everything, but at least in your peer group, start these discussions. Thank you. And I think one important point for all the 5 groups, there are fairly large number of possible actions that have come up. It has not covered the entire spectrum of climate change impacts, but at least multiple possible actions have come up through all these groups. They have thought in their own way, they suggested. I think many of these are very doable. Very doable. And once you start at least in 1 or 2, other areas will open up. And this mindset that, okay, something is happening, we will only migrate out, nothing more, that will go. So somewhere if this, hopefully, after this, once you go back, take a little time and start some initiative in your area. I think in that area, geographical area, people will see some improvement. And one very important psychological trait that people have, if you keep talking and talking, people listen, oh, acha, theek hai. Ye to kafi acha knowledgeable hai. But they do not get answered into action. If they see some little improvement, small improvement, then there is an enthusiasm. And everywhere we started on the ground, some improvement, a lot of other people joined. So that's our hope. I think even from the organizers, Father Suresh and Father Cedric and all of you, Father Kennedy, I think that will be the hope. From me at least, that's the hope. That some real ground level action, grounded action will start in most of these places. Whatever that is, whatever suits you best. So thank you very much for that.
Just a few minutes, just quickly go through the glimpses from yesterday till today for all in appreciation for all of you. So this is a group photo. Kennedy is very attentive. Yeah, please give him some good round of applause. All the way standing and doing for a long time. Yeah. So this is the whole western region. The western region coordinators, Gujarat representatives. Here we are, Cedric.
These are private photos. Private photos cannot be displayed in public.
Okay. Okay, I think that is the end of the show.
I have for him to consider one suggestion for tomorrow. Because tomorrow, I think we'll have only one session. Two sessions. So it will be, time will be very limited. So it will be good if either as a group or maybe even as a smaller subgroup from any area, if some of you expected, most of you will come up, but at least some of you can come up with more concrete idea to start some small work on addressing climate change, either adaptation or mitigation, whatever. From whatever you discussed today, presented, or something might come up even after this, and present that, okay, this is our idea, this will start. Once we go back, we'll prepare to start this. And then ask for us to suggest how that can be done. How, what knowledge component, what instrument component, if any, is needed, what other connectivity is needed, so that tomorrow itself we can have at least that beginning. That once you go back from the workshop, it's not ending there. It is a beginning of something on the ground, some activity on the ground. So that will be very good if we can end on that note tomorrow.
So, one of the effects of climate change that I have noticed in the campus of Xavier's College in Ahmedabad, that these days the amount of monkeys coming inside the campus have rampantly increased. Huge number of monkeys come inside to the campus, and some of them become very notorious, and they even have a good bite to some of our students. Now, why do they come? They not only have increased in number, but like the students, they come every day. That's because the campus is very green. Even in summer, the temperature is rather low compared to the other side, and that's one reason why they come inside. Second climate change effect that I can see, the dogs have increased coming inside. There are two reasons why they come inside. One is due to heat, they come inside, you get a better ambience, and second, they also get a better food. Because we have a loving students who have lots of affection for these kind of dogs, and they go on feeding them. Some of them even climb up to the second floor and fourth floor for the lectures. So this is two very evident, climate change that I have seen in the campus. Okay, with this note, tomorrow we will get into a little more serious discussion, concretizing what we are going to do. See, one example that I can tell you, concretized action that we are doing as a Western Zone. The first thing is that we want to achieve that zero bill for electricity. One way of doing. Second way that we are doing is that through the organic farming or the integrated farming practices, in which not only we make the farmers to cultivate more vegetables, but indirectly stopping them not to use the chemical fertilizer, so that the coal is not getting burnt in the factory, or even vice versa in the electric producing units. So thirdly, we are trying to conscientize them either by model building of the farm houses, and also some of the model villages that the Western region is trying to do. These are all very meager effort, very humble effort that Western region is undertaking. Can we come together tomorrow, little more in a very minute ways, even if they are simple ways, can we pronounce them, give them a correct description that these are the things that we need to do to cut down the fossil fuel? Because however the mitigation that we do or the adaptation that we do, they are not the final solution. The final solution, one of the final solution is to cut down the fossil fuel. So for that, tomorrow we'll spend some more thinking. Kindly ponder over it, think over it tonight. Use more chat GPT if you can to get the answers if you find. But other than that, please come back tomorrow for a more meaningful group discussion, and we should draw some kind of a conclusion at the end of the workshop so that we prioritize what is the most thing to do today in any organization or for our target group like poor or the vulnerable. What are the lists that we have in front of us so that we could implement them when we go back within our capacities. So we wish that tomorrow. So hopefully we have a good discussion tomorrow. I take this opportunity to thank our friend Vijay BPN. Please give him a great round of applause. And also his companion. What's your name, brother?
Devasis.
Devas. Okay. Devasi. Ashish. Okay, Devashish. Okay. So both of them did a phenomenal job. I'm thanking them because tomorrow there is no live streaming. Because it's going to be only discussion, we wanted to keep it more vocal and more open. So because of that, we do not want the third day to be streaming it out, because it gets into recording and all the things, it might get into some complications. So under the request of many, we are not live streaming tomorrow, so we are more free to express. Right? That's the main reason. So we want to thank Vijay for your wonderful job today, for all the capture. Not only that, he has done a phenomenal job in giving them appropriate labels. Tomorrow he's going to send us a video which we will see them tomorrow right in the beginning. All our activities, including the interviews that he has taken, still some more interviews are left. He will finish with you before he leaves. So a very big thanks to you. I also want to thank the XRF staff. They will also not come tomorrow. So thank you for their effort, especially their work in the organic farming. Very seriously, they have taken it up. We are getting some results. We hope that we come up with some more very concrete actions. Okay, so that's it from me. Tomorrow we meet at 9:30. We have almost an hour and more for you to relax and to refresh. You want to go for a walk. So once again, we'll have a dinner at 7:30. I think that's it from me. Those who want to buy some things from there, please contact Nirmal. You can either pay your QR or whatever online transaction that you want to do. You're most welcome to buy. So tomorrow we will have that session. At the end, we will conclude it with the appropriate concrete actions. Thank you so much. Good night.
तो ये वाला